LoveLore Library. Chapter 206. Even the large hole in his chest caused by Qin Fangyang's Shen Yuan sword also showed signs of healing. Strands of silver-white sword qi, which was the sword qi of Qin Fangyang's lifetime of cultivation, were forced out by him bit by bit. They danced around him for a moment before falling down powerlessly. But his neck still had a strange blue luster. It was a ghastly sight. Jiang Zhangbin. Shang Qingyun's voice was laced with bone-deep hatred. There was only one person Shang Qingyun hated the most at this moment. Jiang Zhangbin. This bastard, his acting is so damn good. He had always prided himself on being a cautious person. Today's sudden invitation had made him somewhat suspicious. But this bastard's acting was natural and smooth. Every joke he made was witty. Every time he spoke to him, his words were from the bottom of his heart. His expression was sincere, and he confided in him. His true feelings were revealed. In the end, he really did not suspect this brat at all. But when he arrived, he still could not figure out when he was poisoned. This was simply unforgivable. Jiang Zhangbin's body appeared in the distance, trembling. Are you done yet? Fuck, you're still alive. His eyes widened to the size of goose eggs. How could he still be alive? Shang Qingyun looked at him coldly. Speak, when did you poison me? When did I poison you? Jiang Zhangbin laughed. Brother Shang, you can't accuse me wrongly. This little brother is completely sincere to you. Fuck your mother. Shang Qingyun let out a long cry. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Zhangbin, do you think you can get away with it? Let me tell you, none of the people who came tonight should think of leaving alive. Jiang Zhangbin rolled his eyes. What are you so arrogant for? You've been poisoned with vanishing cloud. How long can you last? Look at your blue neck. Blue eyes. Are you a blue-necked cobra? When they heard that it was vanishing cloud, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. This dispersing cloud powder was a famous poison. As the name implied, this thing was a poison specifically targeted at cloud transformation experts. After the target consumed it, their entire body would turn blue and their meridians would show signs of intermittent blockages. What's more, this kind of poison would slowly eat away at a cloud transformation realm expert's true yuan qi. Once struck, it would be extremely hard to get rid of. It was no wonder that Shang Qingyun did not dodge at the beginning, but instead used Zhu Wu's golden body. Because at that time, he couldn't move. He immediately sensed the threat of this poison and chose to expel it with all his strength. Cloud vanishing powder combined with plum blossom intoxication. All you need to do is add a drop of orchid fragrance liquid and it will be colorless, odorless, and formless. Jiang Zhangbin laughed maniacally. Brother Shang, my brother Shang, how do you feel now? Despicable scum. Shang Qingyun's snake-like eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Zhangbin. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly lunged forward. Die! Shang Qingyun's voice was hoarse. Han Song and Yang Yu, who were directly opposite her, flew up to meet her. At about the same time, Teacher Qiu, Sun Baijiang, Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, and Mu Yanyan's 4 fellow apprentices all surrounded her and attacked again. 10 people, each using their full strength, firmly entangled Shang Qingyun. For a moment, sword light flashed, flowing with brilliant colors. In the night sky, in the curtain of rain, Shang Qingyun, who was surrounded in the center, was like a large ball. Her whole body flashed with brilliant colors, constantly moving. East, west, north, south. However, the battle situation was as Han Song and Yang Yu had predicted. It was still not optimistic. The 10 experts were almost led by the nose by Shang Qingyun alone. Her body flashed continuously, and at one moment, there were several shadows of Shang Qingyun, twisting and turning in the battle. Wherever she went, she was swept away by the wind. With a bang, Shang Qingyun fiercely punched the blade of Sun Baijiang's sword. The long sword buzzed, and she almost hurt herself. Sun Baijiang retreated 7 steps. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But the moment he spat out the blood, he immediately rushed up. Sun Baijiang was a person who came from the military. He had rich combat experience, and he was the leader of the people present. He was very clear that Shang Qingyun, at this moment, completely disregarded the consumption of her strength, and used the greatest strength she could muster to repel him. Then, she must have a big plan. Once there was a flaw on his side, it would only put the others in danger. Therefore, he couldn't care less about the unbearable feeling in his chest as he fearlessly rushed forward. There was no way he could give them this opportunity. Shang Qingyun's palm continuously collided with the swords of Mu Yanyan, Sun Baijiang, Sister Lan, and Yang Song. She tried her best to fight for a little shao space. Then, a hand suddenly stretched out, and suddenly became 12 meters long, grabbing at Teacher Chiu like lightning. Teacher Chiu saw the ferocious attack, and hurriedly turned sideways, finally avoiding the vital part of his head. But the hand did not change its direction and continued to fall. With a crack, Teacher Chiu cried out miserably. Half of his shoulder and arm had been grabbed by that hand, and fell off from his body as if he had been chopped by a knife. The others quickly came to help, but it was a pity that they did not have time to do anything to this hand. They saw the hand suddenly retract. This small gap caused Teacher Chiu to be seriously injured on the spot. The side of his shoulder that was hit was completely gone, and there was a strange white light surging on the wound, preventing it from healing. From the broken part, one could even see the internal organs constantly moving. Teacher Chiu took 12 steps back and leaned against a big tree beside him. His face was pale, and he kept taking out pills and putting them into his mouth. On the other side, there were continuous banging sounds, and the tyrannical strength kept sweeping in all directions. The rumbling sounds were endless, and the few remaining houses around the Jiu shop also collapsed. But the two sides seemed to have teleported, and the moment the houses collapsed, they had collectively moved out. Bang! The 2 big persimmon trees at the entrance of the shop were directly broken at the waist, and the 2 huge treetops flew straight into the air. Jiang Zhangbin. Han Song felt that the situation was getting worse and worse and shouted, "Go! Go as far as you can." Jiang Zhangbin, who was 1,000 feet away, heard the shout and ran away, without saying anything. "I've always been obedient in this matter. Where do you think you're going?" Shang Qingyun hated him to the bone, and would not let him escape. She took a palm from Mu Yanyan and a sword from Sister Lan, and flew up, chasing after Jiang Zhangbin. For a moment, her whole body was like a rainbow, and with blood dripping, she cut a fog-like path in the rain, chasing after Jiang Zhangbin. Han Song and Yang Yu simultaneously used the body and sword as one technique, and flew up to intercept her. As an Origin Core master, Jiang Zhangbin's speed was naturally not slow when he used his full strength. In a moment, he was already 1,000 feet away, but Shang Qingyun's speed was even faster, and was getting faster and faster. Behind her, Mu Yanyan shouted, and threw out her long sword, which turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Shang Qingyun's back. Shang Qingyun's left foot suddenly bent, and blocked. With a clang, Mu Yanyan's long sword flew back like a windmill. But because of this, Shang Qingyun's speed slowed down a little. It was also because of this slight difference that Han Song and Yang Yu used the body and sword as one technique to catch up, and made Shang Qingyun's speed slower and slower. At the same time, Jiang Zhangbin, who had escaped, had completely blended into the night, and his shadow was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the person she hated the most escape, Shang Qingyun roared, and punched and kicked, and her attacks were even more powerful than before. With a bang, Shang Qingyun's fist hit the blade of Yang Yu's sword, and the long sword involuntarily moved to the side. Yang Yu hurriedly tried to control it, but found that the long sword suddenly became extremely hot, and it was difficult for him to control it. This is Zhu Wu's burning sky technique. Yang Yu shouted, "Be careful, this guy knows the burning sky technique." Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Zhu Wu's golden body technique. What was Shang Qingyun's identity in the Umno Alliance? How could she know so many secret techniques? Bang! 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 Shang Qingyun threw another 3 punches, and forced the 3 of them back. Rolling heat waves filled the air, and their mouths and noses froze. In this short period of time, Shang Qingyun flew up again with a soaring heat wave. This time, she was even faster, and flew in the direction Jiang Zhangbin had left. In the sky, I'll chase you to the numinous sky hall. In the sea, I'll chase you to the crystal palace. Shang Qingyun roared at the sky, his hair and beard fluttering. In the ground, I'll chase you to the 18th level of Sun Luo. Even if I become a wizard, I'll chase you to Sir Zhu Wu, and kill you. Jiang Zhangbin. You must die. The hatred in his heart had reached its peak. He had concealed his identity for so many years, just to wait here for his grand plan. In order to achieve his goal, he had even sacrificed 400,000 wolf bandits. Such a huge price, and for so many years without any action at all, had been destroyed by this fatty all of a sudden. The destruction came without any warning. It was so sudden that even now, Shang Qingyun could not figure out how she had been exposed. How did Jiang Zhangbin find out? This did not make any sense at all. Jiang Zhangbin's escape route could be said to be in a panic. He knew that under the guidance of the aura, he could only be safe if he ran out of the range of the aura's guidance. Just now, when he had narrowly escaped, he had exploded with extreme speed and fled for his life. Unfortunately, the sharp aura behind him was still like a maggot attached to a bone, chasing after him relentlessly. He could not stop at all. Why is it so difficult to deal with? Jiang Zhangbin fled forward with all his might. Suddenly, he felt that something was not right. Below these ruins, shouldn't it be a manor? But at this moment, Han Song's roar came from afar. Dodge quickly. Jiang Zhangbin did not have time to think. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body rolled continuously. He forcefully changed his direction, and abruptly moved 2,000 meters to the side. This move could be considered as a floating version of rolling on the ground 18 times, but it had a miraculous effect. Almost at the instant he left, an extremely tyrannical ball of true essence white light with a tinge of greenish-black exploded behind him with a rumble. With a loud boom, everything in front of him was changed beyond recognition under this blow. Although Jiang Zhangbin avoided the direct attack, he was still affected by the aftershocks. He only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood rushed up. His body was sent flying by the air wave, and he was no longer conscious. And the ruins below were the former Long family manor. The old site of the Long manor was completely turned into dust under this blow from Shang Qingyun. The ruins that covered dozens of acres instantly turned into a deep pit close to 100 acres. This blow from Shang Qingyun had obviously used a great deal of energy. His deep hatred for Jiang Zhangbin was obvious. It was also because of this that after being caught by Han Song and the others, he was actually at a disadvantage for a time. He dodged left and right, but could not charge out. But after a short while, following another long roar, the battle situation changed again. Among the stars of the Milky Way, there is one, the stars of eternity, lend me your light. Shang Qingyun's entire body was radiant with starlight. He soared into the sky and roared at the sky 1,000 feet high. His body suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight, extremely magnificent. At the right time, a dazzling starlight left his body, and directly reflected into the sky. Immediately, in the distant night sky, there was also a starlight that pierced through the rain and clouds, and directly shone on Shang Qingyun's body. In an instant, Shang Qingyun's entire person, as if he was glowing, spun rapidly in the air. The starlight that suddenly arrived also spun with him, spinning with him. An enormous and indescribable life force abruptly spread out. The whole sky was filled with intoxicating vitality, full of intoxicating starlight. And into Shang Qingyun's body. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. I can't finish it tonight, let's do it tomorrow. My stiff neck is so uncomfortable. Chapter 207. The moment the starlight shone on Shang Qingyun's body, the many wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blue light on his neck was fading rapidly. Even the vanishing cloud's poison was removed at the same time. This starlight was so powerful. It really is the Star Master. Han Song was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. How can there be a Star Master here? This is clearly the Star Master's borrowing constellation technique that can only be used once in a lifetime. Han Song didn't believe Jiang Zhangbin's words about the possibility of it being the Star Master. How important was the Star Master's position? Why would he come to a small place like Phoenix City? But now, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The starlight was dazzling, and Shang Qingyun's body was still wrapped in starlight. He rushed down with unprecedented ferocity, his face ferocious, his long hair flying. As he pounced down, the surrounding trees on the ground all bent down neatly in all directions. He suddenly pointed his finger at Yang Yu and shouted, "Kill!" Yang Yu was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It turned out that the tip of a sword had pierced through his heart. Then, an extremely powerful sword chi burst out from his heart. With a boom, a fist-sized, transparent hole exploded in his heart. Who? Yang Yu roared to the sky and turned into a white mist, just like Shang Qingyun before. The white mist formed a human figure again, but Yang Yu's face was as white as paper. His body was on the verge of collapse, and there was a completely transparent hole in his chest. Inside, there was no longer a heart. This sudden and extremely sinister sword strike instantly severed all of Yang Yu's life force, a cloud transformation realm expert. He was completely unprepared for his comrade, who had been fighting side by side with him, to give him a fatal blow at this critical moment. Behind him, the person who delivered the fatal blow had a cold expression. Second senior brother. Mu Yanyan screamed miserably. Why is it you? The other senior brothers were also in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The person who launched the sneak attack behind Yang Yu was Mu Yanyan's second senior brother. Duan Tianyu. Duan Tianyu asked indifferently, why not me? Yang Yu staggered and clutched his chest, his face pale. Why? No reason. Duan Tianyu said indifferently, the one before you is my master. You wanted to kill my master, so why wouldn't I kill all of you? Shang Qingyun, who was in the air, laughed loudly. Tonight, none of you will leave. Han Song roared, Brother Yang, leave immediately. If he could find a place to escape with his primordial spirit and start all over again, he would have a chance. There is still a chance. Yang Yu sneered. I've been a tyrant all my life, but I was set up by a little bastard tonight. If I don't take revenge, what's the point even if my soul survives? Mu Yanyan's eldest senior brother had a serious look in his eyes as he shouted, Duan Tianyu. Why are you doing this? How has the Dao sect wronged you? Duan Tianyu chuckled coldly. You're just a Bai Yan who climbed up the ranks based on your looks. What right do you have to ask me why? Die, you scoundrel! An afterimage flashed by, and Yang Yu had already charged toward Duan Tianyu. He was so fast that even Han Song couldn't react in time. Yang Yu didn't give the Dao sect people a chance to speak. They were already mortal enemies, so why ask why? It was completely meaningless. Duan Tianyu only felt his vision darken. Yang Yu, who was clearly on the brink of death, was already in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Star Lord! He flew up with all his might towards Shang Qingyun in the air. Shang Qingyun only sneered in the air, but didn't move at all. Duan Tianyu rushed up, but he was only at the mid-stage of nascent soul, while Yang Yu was a true cloud transformation cultivator. The two of them had no chance of fighting one-on-one. Duan Tianyu only felt a chill in his chest. While he was in the air, Yang Yu's hand had already grabbed his heart out. Following that, his dantian was also crushed and destroyed. A wisp of his primordial spirit had just rushed out, but before it could form in the air, it was already caught by Yang Yu and stuffed into his mouth. He laughed sinisterly. Little bastard, do you think you can still live? Duan Tianyu's primordial spirit was destroyed. Yang Yu roared at the sky, his voice filled with determination. He turned to look at Shang Qingyun. Why didn't you save your subordinate? Throughout the entire process, Shang Qingyun only sneered in the air and didn't do anything at all, allowing this subordinate who had just helped him a great deal to be killed just like that. Colluding with others to attack the Star Lord is an unforgivable crime. Even if you didn't kill him, I would have killed him. Yang Yu said indifferently. But before you used the constellation life borrowing technique, he didn't know you were the Star Lord. It's only right that he attacked you together. He's already dead. Do you expect me to reason with him? Shang Qingyun said indifferently. Your physical body is already decaying, but you're talking to me and using this time to lock onto me. Yang Yu, I know very well what you're trying to do. Let's see if you can succeed. With the constellation life borrowing technique, I'm immortal. Shang Qingyun laughed. Brother Yang, leave immediately. There's still a chance. Han Song looked up at Yang Yu in the air and said tearfully, brother. You've already taken your revenge. Hurry and leave. Yang Yu turned around in the air, a reluctant smile on his face. If I leave, all of you will really be dead. Brother, take care. He took one last look at his brother, then suddenly turned and roared at the sky. Star Lord, come. Let's go to the underworld hand in hand. Han Song suddenly burst into tears. The others also understood in their hearts. Shang Qingyun was now in perfect condition with the help of the constellation life borrowing technique. Their strength was really no match for him. Yang Yu wanted to use his last hope to fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Yang Yu roared, and his entire body suddenly swelled like a balloon. He shot up into the sky like lightning and tangled with Shang Qingyun. Yang Yu, on the other hand, burned his own life essence spirit origin, turning everything he had into power. Even with Shang Qingyun's current speed and power, he still couldn't avoid him. With a loud roar, Shang Qingyun was actually hugged by Yang Yu. In the sky, Shang Qingyun cursed and hit Yang Yu hundreds of times consecutively. Yang Yu didn't dodge, only laughing loudly. Let's go. With a loud boom, Yang Yu's body suddenly exploded in the air. The unprecedentedly violent explosion instantly blew away the dark clouds in the sky. The clear sky for more than 100 miles revealed the clear night sky. In the air, Shang Qingyun's body was like a broken sack. He kept rolling in the air, roaring and yelling, but blood was flowing freely from all parts of his body. Even half of his neck was blown off. His chest, abdomen, limbs, shoulders, and even his head were all bleeding. But that beam of starlight that descended from the starry sky was still circling above his head, and a steady stream of power was still flowing into his body. All the injuries were rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the constellation life-borrowing technique was actually so shocking. You self-destructed. Can you do anything to me? Shang Qingyun shouted crazily. As an expert, I'll fulfill your last heroic sacrifice on your last journey. So what? Bullshit. At such a close distance, under the lock of the self-destruction of the origin of life, do you think you can escape? Stop pretending to be a hero. Go. Han Song's face was full of tears and his eyes were bloodshot. We can't let him recover. We can't let him recover. If he recovers, Yang Yu's sacrifice will be in vain. Before he finished speaking, he roared and flew up with his sword. Mu Yanyan and the others also rushed up with red eyes. In the distance, sword light flashed. Qin Fangyang dragged his broken body over. Not only Qin Fangyang, but even Teacher Chiu also dragged his body that was missing half and joined the battle. Everyone knew that if they didn't kill the Star Lord, everyone present would die. Yang Yu's self-detonation was the last chance, and the only chance. Qin Fangyang, Mr. Chiu, Sun Baijiang, Han Song, Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, and Mu Yanyan's 3 senior brothers all rushed into the sky. Swords and sabers, fists and feet, all at the same time. At this moment, the 9 experts were all risking their lives and doing their best. In the sky, Shang Qingyun let out a long howl. His cultivation was undoubtedly much higher than anyone present here. But just now, Yang Yu's self-detonation had directly taken away half of his life. Even if he had the support of the constellation life-borrowing technique to save his life, his combat strength was inevitably greatly reduced. Therefore, at this moment, under the siege of the 9 experts, he could only be beaten up and had no strength to fight back at all. But his vitality was really strong, and he was constantly injected with vitality by the starlight in the sky. As the battle continued, the more the 9 experts fought, the colder their hearts became. This was because Shang Qingyun was clearly constantly injured, but his body instead showed a kind of situation where it was slowly recovering. The sky was full of blood, almost all of which was Shang Qingyun's blood, but his body, under the illumination of the starlight, was becoming more and more complete. Gradually, he could even fight back. Then, his counterattacks became more and more powerful. Every punch and palm strike was as if it could split open a mountain. Bang bang bang. Qin Fangyang and Mr. Chiu were hit in the chest, and immediately fell from the sky with blood spurting out. The 2 of them were already seriously injured, and their physical strength was almost exhausted under the continuous fierce attacks. They were holding on with their last breath, and after being hit by the sudden counterattack, they were powerless and directly fell to the ground. The 2 of them leaned on each other on the ground, gasping for breath and trying their best to recover their physical strength. The 2 of them could not even fly, let alone fight. As long as Shang Qingyun found a gap, he would kill them with a raise of his hand, and there was no chance of luck. In the sky, the 7 people led by Han Song were circling around Shang Qingyun in a great battle. Everyone's hair was disheveled, and they were all in a sorry state. Even Sister Lan, who was always calm, was in a sorry state at this moment. Her face was pale. After a night of fighting, Sister Lan was also seriously injured, and was close to the point where she could not continue. However, under the illumination of the starlight, Shang Qingyun was fighting more and more bravely. Chapter 208. Bang! Mu Yanyan's senior brother groaned miserably. Shang Qingyun's palm hit him in the chest. At least 7 or 8 of his bones were broken, and he fell down with blood spurting out of his mouth. Han Song's face was mournful. He blocked at least 70% of Shang Qingyun's attack by himself, but his eyes were filled with despair. It's over. This battle, they lost to the point where they couldn't lose again. The others were also spurting out blood. Shang Qingyun was still recovering bit by bit under the starlight. On the other hand, the people on his side could only continue to be weakened. Under this situation, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Below, Qin Fangyang and Teacher Chio's faces were heroic. They supported each other and stood up with difficulty, looking up at the battle in the sky. They could clearly feel it and see the situation. Tonight, if there were no accidents, they would definitely die. Shang Qingyun would definitely not let go of anyone here. But even if they died, they would die standing. The two looked at each other and smiled. Qin Fangyang said, "Teacher Chio, it's nice to meet you. Unfortunately, it's a bit late." Teacher Chio smiled faintly. "Qin Fangyang, my name is Chio Yunshang. Don't forget it on the road to hell. People who don't remember their names will not be friends in the next life." Qin Fangyang laughed. As he laughed, blood spurted out of his mouth. "Chio Yunshang, not bad, I'll remember it." Chio Yunshang smiled faintly. "It's fine if I die. I only hate that I can't kill this demon. After you and I die, he will definitely stir up trouble in Phoenix City. I'm not satisfied." Qin Fangyang smiled and said absent-mindedly, "But in the future, his identity has been exposed, and he can't be as calm as before." "That's true." The starlight was still circling and supporting Shang Qingyun. Shang Qingyun's face had even begun to regain its rosy color. The poison had already been removed by the starlight. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. Seeing that victory was in sight, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. "You think you can take my life with just the likes of you?" Suddenly, he roared. The starlight on his body was unprecedentedly bright, shining in all directions. Under the illumination of the starlight, his entire body soared into the sky. "Watch my star transformation technique." Star transformation technique. Another Omno Alliance technique. Han Song's face changed dramatically as he muttered, "Brother Yang, it turns out that we came together and left together. I'm sorry. I can't take care of your family for you." Countless rays of starlight rapidly condensed in Shang Qingyun's hands. He raised his head and roared, waving his hands. The vast starlight in his hands transformed into a brilliant dragon. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, their ferocity soaring to the sky. Even if everyone joined forces, they would not be able to resist such power. This devil had already recovered his full cultivation. Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, Sun Baijiang and the others saw that the situation had come to this, but they regained their composure instead. They all smiled and looked at each other. There was only calmness in their eyes. "We have known each other in this life, and we have no regrets in this life. Today, we will return together, and we will meet again in the next life. See you in the next life." Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that under this move, no one would be able to escape by luck. Down below, Qin Fangyang, who was barely holding on, laughed loudly. Good. I didn't expect that Qin Fangyang, would actually be able to leave first. It really makes me pleasantly surprised. Ha ha ha. Other than Sister Lan, no one knew what she meant. However, no one was in the mood to pursue this matter. There was a sharp sound of wind in the air. Shang Qingyun was like an overwhelming devil, descending from the sky with unprecedented power. Go to hell. The starlight dragon whizzed down. At this moment, a very impatient voice said, "You called me here in such a hurry, just for this thing?" The voice was actually a little unhappy, as if it felt that it was a waste of talent. When everyone heard this voice in their despair, they were all stunned. What was this saying? The No Alliance's Star Lord Shang Qingyun's strength was tyrannical, and with the support of the constellation life borrowing technique, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was not any weaker than the peak of the Huayun realm. Looking at the entire Phoenix City, he was absolutely unparalleled. How did this person become a thing? However, at the same time that this sentence was spoken, the starlight dragon that was raging in the sky and rushing down suddenly froze in the air. It could not move at all. Then, they saw a big hammer break through the air and appear. Whoosh! The moment this big hammer appeared, it had already smashed down on Shang Qingyun's head like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. This strike did not seem to be fast, and its power did not seem to be strong. Everyone could clearly see that this big hammer appeared in the air and then drew a semicircle arc in the air before smashing down on Shang Qingyun's head. Step by step, it was extremely clear. It looked as if even a child could easily dodge it. However, this hammer smashed down on Shang Qingyun's head solidly. Instantly. Poof! Shang Qingyun still had a savage smile on his face, and it did not disappear at all. However, his head was immediately smashed, and his brain juice burst out like a big watermelon smashed in the air. Countless amounts of blood bloomed in the surroundings like a flourishing flower. Thousands of peach blossoms bloomed in the sky. However, the hammer did not stop there. It crushed down all the way, and Shang Qingyun's smiling face instantly turned into nothingness. His chest was smashed, his shoulders collapsed, and his spine was clearly broken down. His lower abdomen, dantian. Thighs. The sledgehammer smashed all the way to the bottom of Shang Qingyun's feet like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. All in all, this hammer smashed the complacent Shang Qingyun from his head all the way to his feet. Not to mention his life, even his primordial spirit was smashed by the hammer. Shang Qingyun, who was still acting high and mighty just a moment ago, didn't even have time to react before he was smashed into smithereens by this sudden and miraculous hammer strike. When his corpse fell to the ground, there was only a thin layer of round meat pancake the size of a teacup cushion left behind. Patter! The meat pancake fell to the ground. At this moment, Han Song, Mu Yanyan, Qin Fangyang, Sun Baijiang and the rest all opened their eyes wide and were collectively stunned. On the ground, Qin Fangyang and Teacher Chiu looked at the meat pancake that fell in front of them, and their 4 eyeballs almost flew out. This was Shang Qingyun. Damn! What was this situation? Why was it so mythical? And the big hammer that suddenly appeared, as if no one cared about it, also fell from the sky and fell into the soil. Han Song was shocked and hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky. Thank you for your help, Senior. Before he could finish his words, he heard the voice, go quickly, get out of here quickly. The heavenly law's counterattack is coming. Before he finished speaking, the sky seemed to have paused for a moment. It was as if a person had suddenly been shocked, astonished, and stunned. Then, like a violent rage. With a whoosh, extremely thick dark clouds gathered rapidly from the distant horizon. With a whoosh, the entire process only took about a second, and the entire sky was filled with dark clouds that were as thick as a mountain. Han Song was shocked when he saw this, go quickly. He called everyone, pulled the injured, and fled outside as if their lives depended on it. It was also at this time that the dark clouds in the sky changed again, spinning rapidly, and immediately, a huge eyeball appeared. The eyeball was dozens of miles in size. The big eyeball hung in the sky, looking down and back. After a while, all of its attention was focused on the big hammer on the ground. Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly lit up, from the east to the west, connecting to the horizon, and concentrated in the dark clouds with a swoosh. In an instant, the entire dark cloud turned into a crystal ball that was filled with electricity. It was extremely resplendent. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down in unison. Every bolt of lightning was at least as thick as a water tank. It was really a real thunderbolt, real and not fake. Boom boom boom. Han Song, Mu Yen Yen, Sister Lan and the others had already flown thousands of feet away. Obviously, they were so far away, but they still felt dizzy, and then fainted from the shock. Even Han Song, who had the highest cultivation among them, only lasted for 2 breaths before following in the footsteps of his companions. His eyes rolled back as he fainted on the ground. The earth rumbled and trembled. Everyone's unconscious bodies were bounced up and down from the ground from time to time. Fortunately, the target of all the lightning was only one, and that was the big hammer that killed Shang Qingyun. They focused on one point, and in the center of the lightning, there was a dazzling and blazing light. The big hammer was shining brightly, but under such bombardment, the head of the hammer did not move at all, and was not damaged at all. The sky was full of oppressive sounds, and purple thunderbolts came down like the Milky Way, endlessly. Looking from afar, the lightning connected the sky and the earth together. He couldn't even tell if the lightning was falling from the sky or surging from the ground. The senior that Han Song had mentioned, Wu Taijiang, was lying in a pit with a pale complexion. He didn't dare to move an inch. However, he was cursing Zhou Zhonglu's entire family in his heart. Fuck, how could there be such a huge entanglement of karma? Fuck. How could a star master of the Shao Umno Alliance involve such a huge karma? The tribulation eye appeared. Now the heavenly Tao was directly attacking. Fuck. Fortunately, before I attacked, I had already cut off the divine soul connection with the natal hammer. Now, the hammer was equivalent to an ownerless object. Otherwise, looking at the intensity of the lightning and its relentless strength, I would definitely die today. Fucking Zhou Changlu. Wu Taijiang cursed in his heart, this is fucking cheating me. If I were to die here because of a Star Lord, that would be such a shame. Wu Taijiang stuck close to the ground. His expression changed again and again, just like a Sichuan opera. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Feeling the ground trembling violently beneath him, Wu Taijiang cursed. Cold sweat began to drip down from his forehead. Late at night, I was sleeping after working all day. Suddenly, Zhou Changlu sent his daughter to knock on my door, begging me to save him. They said that one of their own is in grave danger. Originally, when I heard the sounds of battle over there, it was quite lively. Although it's beneath my dignity to get involved in the battle of the younger generation, for old Zhu's sake, I didn't mind coming. But fucking. How did I offend the heavenly Tao? Chapter 209. The lightning continued to strike down, and the ground within a radius of a few thousand miles shook violently. Gradually, the entire Phoenix City was shaken. Countless people woke up from their dreams, and even some tall buildings began to sway left and right. The shaking became more and more intense. Many tall buildings were like roly-poly toys, slowly tilting to the left. Then, the people in the buildings, along with their beds and furniture, slid over with a whoosh. And hit the wall with a bang. Then, the buildings slowly came back, slowly tilting to the right. Then, they slid back like they were on a slide. And hit the wall with a bang. More than 90% of the people were scared out of their wits by this miraculous situation. In addition, looking out from the windows, all the tall buildings were dancing Yanko. That scene was as scary as it could get. After tonight, those who had a little extra money would buy a bungalow. In the next few years, the price of the tall buildings in Phoenix City would be as cheap as cabbages, but no one would be interested in it. Of course, this was a story for another day. The lightning continued to strike for an hour. Wu Tiejiang's big iron hammer was really strong, and there was no change at all. If not for the hammer's handle being burned red and melted into a pool of molten iron, leaving only the hammer head on the ground, people would have doubted the lethality of the lightning. Finally, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the lightning stopped striking. That huge eye formed by the clouds was still hanging in the sky, as if it was still looking down. After another 5 or 6 minutes, it finally disappeared. The hurricane blew, and the dark clouds in the sky disappeared completely. There was no cloud in the sky for thousands of miles. After a long, long time, Wu Taijiang crawled out of the pit. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were already soaked in sweat. Too close. It was just a slight mistake, and my life was almost lost here. If I didn't think one more step, and was a little more cautious, erasing the soul connection, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Fucking Zhua Changlu. Fucking Zhua Changlu. Wu Taijiang was indignant, and he kept cursing. I'm here to work for you, and you still want to exploit me. Not only do you exploit me, you even want to take my life. Do I have to send people, labor, materials, and even my life? Son of a bitch. This is great. I've used a hammer my whole life, and now I'm only left with the hammer head. Wu Taijiang staggered over and looked at the bottom of the pit. Originally, it was pitch black without any luster. Now, it had been polished by the lightning into a shining hammer. He was speechless for a long time. This is eternal iron. It's said to be indestructible. Now, it's been ground into bright silver. Wiping his cold sweat, he picked up the hammer and sneakily ran away. Wu Taijiang was still in a state of shock when he ran back to the blacksmith shop. He sat on the chair and gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his body. His big eyeballs rolled around in confusion, and a thought came to his mind uncontrollably: should I run away now? This place is too dangerous. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the door. Wu Taijiang sighed and opened the door to see Sui Xiaoyan standing outside. Seeing this, Wu Taijiang instinctively jumped back 3 steps, his face full of vigilance. What? What's the matter again? Fuck, please don't do it again. I can't take it anymore. Sui Xiaoyan was startled by his reaction and almost exclaimed. She asked timidly, I want to ask Uncle. My master. Are they okay? They're fine, they're fine. They're all lying there. Wu Taijiang was a little impatient. There was a sudden change in that place, and I don't know if they're alive or not. There's no danger over there, you can go and see for yourself. By the way, tell your father not to bother me if there's nothing important. Bang! The door was closed without a trace of elegance. Outside the door, Sui Xiaoyan was stunned. Suddenly, she jumped up like crazy and flew over there. Sui family. The moment the eye appeared in the sky, Sui Changlu could no longer maintain his usual elegance and blurted out, fuck. How could this happen? Did it damage the foundation? Mr. Zhua, who was frightened, walked around the room like a headless fly, his face full of anxiety. Please don't let anything happen to Wu Taijiang. If Wu Taijiang died here because of this, it would be the biggest joke in the last 100 years. People from the Umno Alliance would probably die of laughter. Outside the window, lightning kept roaring, lighting up the sky and the earth. As far as the eye could see, all the buildings were swaying, like grass in the wind, swaying gracefully. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the various buildings. On the other side, there was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death. Holding a live broadcast stick with a face full of excitement, he said, Brothers. Brothers, Phoenix City is currently experiencing a special type of earthquake that is rarely seen in thousands of years. Dancing floor. Please double-click. I'm Big Black Pig, I'm risking my life to broadcast. Everyone, please follow me. Start Lulu Lulu, I want to see your gifts. Oh, you've seen people dancing, but have you seen dancing floor? The lightning kept roaring, and it was getting more and more intense. Finally, Zhou Chonglu could not sit still anymore. He strode out and said, I have to go and see. I'll go with you. Zhou Xiaoduo jumped out of the window. That night, almost 4 million people in Phoenix City were doomed to be unable to sleep. The lightning stopped when the father and son were halfway down the stairs. Zhou Chonglu, who was even more anxious, rushed with Zhou Xiaoduo's help to Tiejiang's blacksmith shop. He knocked on the door and asked, Old Wu, are you back? The door opened with a bang, revealing Wu Tiejiang's extremely aggrieved face. He begged with all his might, Brother Zhou. Can you spare me? What else do you want? Zhou Chonglu breathed a sigh of relief and said, You're not dead. That's good. That's good. Wu Taijiang leaned against the door frame, his legs were shaking, and his face was pale. Brother Zhou, look at my legs, and then look at my face. Can't you tell me what you want me to do? If I wasn't careful, I'd be dead now. Zhou Chonglu coughed a few times, a little embarrassed. He laughed and said, It won't happen again. Don't worry, don't worry. Next time. There's a next time. Wu Taijiang jumped up. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. I can't stay here any longer. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that. My life. Zhou Chonglu glared at him. Ha! You haven't finished hammering yet. Wu Taijiang slid down the door frame like a noodle slipping into a pot. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Zhou, please be magnanimous and treat this little brother like a fart. This little brother is timid. Just now I was so scared that I peed. Wu Tiejiang's face was distorted. Honestly, he was not lying at all. I, Wu Taijiang, am a gay tyrant. How could I go against the heavenly Tao? If you want to get rid of me, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. Okay, it's okay. I won't call you next time, okay? Zhou Chonglu hurriedly comforted him. Then, he said, since you're okay, I'll go back. Your sister-in-law. Can you not mention my sister-in-law? Can you not mention my sister-in-law? Can you not mention her for no reason? Wu Taijiang was even more aggrieved. Yes. Xiao Duo, say goodbye to your Uncle Wu. Goodbye, Uncle Wu. Go quickly. Let me have some peace. With a bang, the door closed again. Behind the door, Wu Taijiang wiped his face and murmured, Comparisons are odious. Compared to me, little bear Nan is so happy. I thought I was just a delivery man, but in the end, I almost got myself killed. On the way home, Zhou Xiaoduo kept looking at his father. In fact, since Uncle Nan came last time, Zhou Xiaoduo had been wondering if his parents were some kind of powerful people living in seclusion here. How could ordinary people have friends like that? Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his sincere doubts. However, after what happened tonight, Zhou Xiaoduo no longer had any doubts. Tonight's situation had obviously reached a rather serious stage. This was the first time in his life that he had seen his father's anxiety and his mother's panic. However, even under such circumstances, Zhou Zhonglu had been running all the way. He was so tired that his heart was about to stop. Yet, he was only displaying the speed and strength of a martial master. This was definitely not a pretense. Zhou Xiaoduo was completely sure of this. If it wasn't for his help in the last part of the journey, he wouldn't have been able to finish it. There are two possibilities. Either my parents are really ordinary people. It's just a coincidence that I made friends with a lot of great experts. Although it's a bit ridiculous, it's not impossible. Zhou Xiaoduo thought to himself, as for the second possibility, that is, the two of them were originally experts, but for some reason, they were crippled. And lived here in seclusion, living a peaceful life. Personally, I'm more inclined to the second possibility. But if it's the second possibility, it should be a sad thing for my parents. Xiao Duo had a new goal. I have to find out the truth when I have time. If it's just because they were seriously injured or sealed, I can find another way to solve it. This may be a good thing. If it's possible, I can let my parents go on the road of cultivation again. Then our family can go on the road together, and no one will be left behind. But this must be done secretly. My parents are willing to be ordinary and keep it a secret for so many years. There must be a reason. If they are exposed because of me, they will attract a big enemy. It'll be too late for me to kill myself. As the saying goes, you know the enemy when you see one. Based on the level of Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu, my parents' enemy must be very, very scary. It's definitely not something that my sister or I can handle. Chapter 210. On the other side. Xiaonian ran all the way and soon came to the center of the thunder and lightning. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation and ruins. Some places were directly turned into small lakes, and water was gurgling out of the ground. The surrounding hundreds of miles were all razed to the ground. Well, it should be a basin. The more Xiaonian looked, the more panic she felt. She didn't know what to do. If it was like this, then what would happen to the people? Master. Master. Are you okay? Master. Forcing himself to calm down, he shouted anxiously as he searched around. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he found a tattered body. He walked over to take a look. Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, who had fallen into a deep coma? At this moment, Teacher Qin was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. He only had one last breath left. Xiaonian quickly put down a healing elixir and pulled Qin Fangyang's broken body out of the pit like pulling out a radish. She put it aside and then anxiously went to find the others. It took nearly 10 minutes to rescue all the people who were still alive. Mu Yanyan. Sister Lan. 3 brothers. Teacher Qiu, who only had half of his body left, and son Baijiang, who had 80% of his bones broken. Then there was Han Song, who was still intact compared to everyone else. Xiaonian persevered and continued his search. In the end, he dug out the dying Jiang Zhongbin from a large pit. Xiaonian still didn't give up and continued to search. After searching several times, she confirmed that there were no other discoveries. The reason he came to this conclusion was probably because he had found 3 spatial rings in the largest and centermost pit. Xiaonian put them into her space ring. She didn't want to keep them, but she wanted to see what was in them and confirm their identities. Anyway, there must be people on her side. After the search and rescue, Xiaonian checked again and confirmed that everyone was still alive. She almost cried with joy. But she couldn't move so many people alone. The first call she made was to Xiao Duo. Call a car. Xiao Duo suddenly turned into a robber. This was something that couldn't be helped. After experiencing such an earth-shattering change, the people of Phoenix City were at their lowest point. Who would be willing to send out a carriage? It took a lot of courage to even walk out the door, okay? The drivers would rather die than go out. Xiao Duo turned into a demon and repeated himself 7 or 8 times, "If you don't go, I'll kill your whole family." Then, after smashing 5 or 6 tea tables, they managed to gather 6 cars. They ran all the way and finally arrived at their destination. Then, they lifted everyone into the cars one by one. At this time, Sister Lan and Han Song woke up. Han Song's cultivation was the highest among them, but Sister Lan was the one who suffered the lightest injuries, so she was the first to wake up. Once the two of them woke up, it was easy to handle the rest. First, they informed Second High and Hyuanua that they were safe. Then, they informed Star Shield to gather medicinal herbs to treat everyone's injuries. The series of events were messy yet orderly, in perfect order. When the people from Star Shield arrived, the few drivers who were coerced by Zhuo Duo took the reward and went home with a stomach full of fear. They all felt that they had been fucked. This is actually a government matter. I thought I met a kidnapper. That's right, it's the first time I've seen a government worker like this. He came to my house and smashed a tea table. Then, he twisted my neck and asked me to send out a carriage. If you're a government official, you should have said so earlier. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't be able to go back in this lifetime. How rare. He actually went home safely, and there's even a reward. That's right, that kid's face is too young. He looks like a half-grown kid, and he's quite good-looking. That's right, that's right. Along the way to Star Shield, almost everyone from Star Shield moved together. All kinds of healing medicine and nutrition cabins went into action together. It was only at this moment that Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were temporarily relieved. Jiang Zhangbin woke up very quickly. However, he would rather wake up a little later. It was better not to wake up at all. This was because Sister Lan and Han Song had woken up earlier than him. As a result, both Hyuanua and Jiang Wenzhou were waiting for his call back. Also, Wan Pingyuan, Monkey's son. Kof, director's son of the Martial Arts Bureau, Sun Fengho, were all waiting for his call back. Director Jiang grabbed his phone and thought about the four of them. Then, he tilted his head and fainted again. Unfortunately, he didn't faint for long this time. He was slapped awake. Jiang Zhangbin's eyes widened. He looked over and saw Jiang Wenzhou's big bald head. His face was flustered and exasperated. He was panting, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. What's going on? The director of the Star Shield General Administration had actually come in such a hurry. The horns at the entrance of Star Shield were already blaring. The car from Second High had arrived. Hyuanua had personally rushed to Star Shield. The car from the Martial Arts Bureau had also arrived. Sun Fengho had personally come as well. There was also Wan Pingyuan, who rushed in with big strides. His face was full of anxiety. There were also various departments and the military. In short, all the influential people in Phoenix City were gathering here. Fatty Jiang had caused such a big commotion and almost destroyed the entire Phoenix City. Now, you want to pretend to be unconscious? No way. In the end, everyone gathered in the conference room. Jiang Wenzhou pried open Jiang Zhangbin's mouth and stuffed 17 to 18 pills into his stomach. Then, he poured down 2 big bowls of water. Jiang Wenzhou directly carried him to the conference room and pressed him down on a chair. Tell me, what's going on? Jiang Wenzhou's bald head was smoking. This bastard. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, he poked a hole in the sky. After this battle, of the 2 dragon blood guards that had just been sent over, Han Song and Yang Yu, one was dead and the other was seriously injured. Yang Yu had even died in the form of his soul being destroyed. He could not be more dead. This kind of loss was no small matter. When Jiang Wenzhou heard about this, he smashed his phone on the spot. Then, he anxiously looked for a Yunhua expert and flew over. No matter what, this matter was related to his son. Father and son were connected by heart. This was not just a saying. Not to mention that this matter itself had already reached the level of reaching the heavens. Jiang Zhangbin finally became more clear-headed. The medicinal effects of the many pills that he had been forced to drink gradually began to take effect. He wiped his face with a cold towel and looked at the entire conference room filled with people. Finally, he said tiredly, Governor One of the governor's office, Principal Heat of the second high school, Director's son of the martial arts administration, and the leaders from the general administration, stay. The rest of the unrelated people, leave. Today's matter is classified as top secret. Please forgive us. In the military, the Phoenix City Military Division commander pointed at his own nose. What about me? I also have to leave. Yes. Good, you fatty Jiang. The commander was so angry that his nose was crooked. He stood up and walked out in large strides. You wait. Seeing that the commander had left, the others didn't say any more nonsense and all obediently left. The only person who participated in the battle was Han Song, who had just recovered some strength but still looked lifeless. The doors and windows were closed. The communication equipment was confiscated. The entire space instantly became an absolutely sealed secret room. It wasn't until now that Jiang Zhongbin began to slowly explain the whole matter. From the beginning, when Yuanyue had discovered the aura, to the beginning of the battle. Governor Wan's face began to change, turning green, red, and black. Shang Qingyun. Star Master. When these 5 words were put together, Governor Wan's head exploded with all kinds of colors and emotions. In the end, his face became abnormally gray. He said powerlessly, Is this matter accurate? Jiang Zhongbin nodded solemnly. Han Song's face was still as pale as a corpse's, but he was a cloud transformation cultivator after all. He had recovered some strength by now. He said, Shang Qingyun is undoubtedly a member of the Umno Alliance and a Star Master. The constellation life borrowing technique he used proves this point. What's uncertain now is which star in the Umno Alliance's constellation he belongs to. Hearing Han Song's words, Governor Wan Pingyuan seemed to have aged several years. It was as if all his essence, qi, and spirit had been sucked out in an instant. He closed his eyes. What flashed in his mind were the bits and pieces of his acquaintance with Shang Qingyun for so many years. The support they had in life and death situations, the discussions they had encountered, the conversations they had on the table, the contributions Shang Qingyun had made to the residents over the years, the education he had given the children. Finally, 2 teardrops fell. He muttered, Why are you a member of the Umno Alliance? Wan Pingyuan, who could become the governor of a city, was naturally not a fool. Governor Wan Pingyuan knew that since Shang Qingyun had been so scheming, sneaking into Phoenix City so early and lying in ambush beside him, he naturally had a major conspiracy. But even though he already knew that the other party had ulterior motives, and even more sinister ones, he still couldn't bring himself to hate him. The only thing he felt was heartache. For this operation, I went to great lengths to gather 2 veteran experts of Phoenix City Star Shield, nascent soul stage experts. But these 2 people have already been killed by Shang Qingyun. Also, second high school's teacher Qin Fangyang and teacher Lan. It was all thanks to old Principal He's help that they were able to come here. This time, they have done a great service. Martial Arts Bureau Chief Sun. Jiang Zhongbin coughed. His gaze was evasive. Sun Fengho's face was as calm as water. The veins on his forehead were bulging. I just want to know, how is my brother now? Cough cough. Jiang Zhongbin avoided Sun Fengho's gaze and said. He's still alive. Still alive. Bureau Chief Sun jumped up in anger. Big face Jiang. You motherfucker. You. Fuck your father, what did you tell me you? Star Shield's director Jiang Wenzhou coughed and knocked on the table. He said solemnly, This is an important matter. Don't scold people. He secretly glanced at Chief Sunday. This kid's guts are quite big. Requesting for monthly votes. Sigh, I'm a little disappointed. I thought that the first monthly votes would be in the tens of thousands. But now it seems that it's only 8,600. There's still a little more than a day left. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Everyone, do your best. Whatever you can do, thank you. Chapter 211. Cough cough. The following battle. Jiang Zhangbin said, Teacher Han, I'm not qualified to say anything with my cultivation level. I'm also not one of the participants. As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. His own mistake. If he had remembered the old principal's words and looked at his chief first, perhaps these sacrifices could have been avoided. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhangbin's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. On the other side, before Han Song could speak, he sighed mournfully and said, This battle could be said to be the most dangerous battle I've ever experienced in my life. Shang Qingyun's strength was already at the high level of the cloud transformation realm, far above us. Furthermore, he could communicate with the heavens and earth, restore starlight, and even borrow the power of the constellations. Speaking of this battle, Director Zhang's strategy was perfect. He caused Shang Qingyun to be poisoned at the beginning of the battle, allowing us to gain the upper hand in the beginning. Unfortunately, the opponent's cultivation level was too high. Furthermore, among the reinforcements of the Kunlun Dao sect, there was actually a Umno Alliance spy who changed sides at the last minute, causing Brother Yang Yu to be fatally injured, causing us to be completely powerless in this battle. While Yang Yu killed the spy, he was willing to give up his life and used a self-explosion technique to attack Shang Qingyun. Finally, he died. Hearing this, Jiang Wenzhou's expression changed greatly, and his eyes became watery. As Han Song recounted the battle in detail, everyone felt that the fact that these people were still alive was simply a great stroke of luck. At the end of his narration, Han Song said, At the end of this battle, Shang Qingyun's injuries were mostly healed and he had the absolute upper hand. We were already doomed. But I don't know which hidden expert attacked and killed Shang Qingyun with a hammer. Otherwise, we would have died without a doubt. The complete annihilation was already a foregone conclusion at that time. However, after Shang Qingyun's death, a tribulation eye appeared in the sky, causing a commotion that shook the entire Phoenix City, causing the incident to escalate further. I can't make any judgments about the situation after that, and can only attribute it to something strange. Han Song recounted the incident and said, After that, all of us fainted. Truly, the power of the heavenly lightning was too great. And our injuries were too severe. After listening to the entire process, everyone's face sank and they were speechless for a long time. Moments later, He Yuanyue was the first to speak up. She glared at Jiang Zhangbin and said, I told you to look for it. And you didn't look. Jiang Zhangbin wished he could stuff his head into the crotch of his pants. He was ashamed to the extreme. I've calculated everything once and considered every detail. Only this. I forgot. You. He Yuanyue almost couldn't catch her breath. I forgot. You've forgotten the most important thing right now. What was the use of remembering other things, no matter how meticulous they were? As long as they looked for Zhuo Duo, they might be able to avoid the tragic situation of this battle or wait for a more perfect opportunity. The current situation was definitely not something that anyone present wanted to see. If not for that mysterious expert of unknown origin, then Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan, Han Song, and the others would have been completely annihilated in this battle, without a single survivor. If these people were all dead, then the entire Phoenix City would become an empty city. At that time, the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Thinking of this, He Yuanyue felt a chill down her spine. She couldn't help but point at Jiang Zhangbin and scold him. Bastard! Can't you do something about it? You've been like this since young. The more important things are, the more you forget. Now that your head is bald, you still haven't changed your old habits. Jiang Zhangbin knew that he was in the wrong. He obediently admitted his mistake and didn't dare to talk back. Jiang Wenzhou watched in amazement. What the hell, such a wretched and lazy person who could even curse his own father was actually so obedient in front of this weak old lady. But you can scold him all you want, but can you not mention the bald thing? The follow-up of this matter needs to be handled properly. Jiang Wenzhou coughed a few times and made the final decision. Governor Wan, there's a high chance that Shang Qingyun is not the only spy in your governor's office. I hope you can assist in the investigation. Jiang Wenzhou said. Of course. Wan Pingyuan let out a long sigh. His expression was bleak as he said, I have committed a serious dereliction of duty in this matter. I will personally submit a letter to ask for forgiveness. As for the follow-up investigation, I will naturally cooperate with all my strength. I have no complaints. Since Jiang Wenzhou had come here, he naturally had full authority to take over this matter. He arranged everything in detail and then began to think. That hammer that suddenly appeared, who did it belong to? Smashing Shang Qingyun to death with one hammer, and then the tribulation eye appeared. What does it mean? The lightning that directly struck a Yun realm expert until he fainted. Why did it cause such a big commotion? After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Sui Xiaoyan had already returned home. After a busy night, she was also unbearably tired. Especially when Wu Taijiang solemnly warned her, don't ever reveal your existence. Sui Xiaoyan knew the severity of the matter and naturally agreed. As for the spatial ring that she had picked up, she immediately handed it over to Mu Yanyan, who had regained her consciousness. Mu Yanyan also immediately handed it over. I was worried about Master, so I rushed over to take a look after there was no sound. This reason perfectly explained why she had appeared over there. After all, Sui Xiaoyan's background was clean and there was nothing to investigate. But since dawn, Phoenix City had directly entered a state of lockdown. Jiang Wenzhou transferred a lot of experts from the headquarters to investigate this matter. Even the Meng family and the Ning family were included in the scope of investigation. 2 people from the governor's mansion were missing, and the entire city was searching for them. It was worth mentioning that regarding the tribulation eye, Jiang Wenzhou directly called the leader of the Star Shield Department and received a strict order to keep it a secret. Stop investigating the tribulation eye. This matter is to rot in your stomach. No one is to mention it again. Especially not to spread it out. Jiang Wenzhou was so depressed that he wanted to hang himself. Wasn't it too unlucky for me to take over this matter? That tribulation eye, at least a few million people had seen it. It was shining brightly in the sky like the sun. How am I supposed to keep it a secret? Keep a few million free people quiet? Why don't you try to keep it a secret? But how could he say this to his superiors? In the morning, Sui Xiaoduo went to school as usual. Sui Xiaoyan went out with him. She was going to visit her master at the Star Shield Department. They went out side by side. When they were about to part at the corner, Sui Xiaoyan suddenly stopped in a hidden corner. Damn, there's something I've been wondering about for a long time. Sui Xiaoyan's face was very serious. What is it? Why are you so serious? Sui Xiaoduo looked puzzled. Do you think our parents are the kind of hidden experts? Sui Xiaoyan frowned and said, actually, I've had this feeling for a long time. I had this feeling long before Uncle Nan came. But I couldn't see anything unusual. But that Uncle Nan is clearly a big shot. I once asked Master about it in a roundabout way. He gave me and your cultivation base, and there were no side effects at all. Master has never even heard of such a method, let alone done it. Sua Xiao Duo listened quietly and nodded. And this time, Uncle Wu, who made weapons for us, opened a blacksmith's shop next to our shop. Let's not talk about this first. But the person who killed Shang Qingyun with a hammer was most likely Uncle Wu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. I had just informed Uncle Wu, and Shang Qingyun was smashed to death with a hammer right after. Sua Xiaoyan said, to kill Huayun so easily, Uncle Wu's cultivation is beyond my understanding. It's indescribable, indescribable. What do you think? Which one of these things is normal? Sua Xiao Duo frowned and walked forward silently. He didn't say a word for a long time. But Sua Xiaoyan had obviously been waiting for this question for a long time. She talked about it almost endlessly. Think about it. As the saying goes, dragons don't live with snakes, phoenixes don't dance with sparrows. If Dad and Mom are really ordinary people, how could people like Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu? Sua Xiaoyan said, and they obviously respect Dad and Mom very much. No, it's not respect, it's fear. Isn't this even more abnormal? Sua Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and said, I don't think there's anything abnormal. You think too much. Sua Xiaoyan was speechless. She stared at Sua Xiao Duo for a long time and said angrily, You're so cunning. You must know something that I don't. Sua Xiao Duo spread his hands and said, What can I find? I only know that Dad and Mom don't have any cultivation at all. It's tiring for them to run a little distance. Sua Xiaoyan suddenly rushed up and grabbed Sua Xiao Duo's ears with both hands. She said fiercely, You're exposed. Sua Xiao Duo. Humph, if there's nothing wrong, you won't say, What can I find? Since he couldn't find anything, he must be suspicious. Sua Xiaoyan began to exert force. You're a dog. Are you going to confess or not? Spare me. Sua Xiao Duo instinctively lowered his head and begged for mercy when his ears were grabbed. But he didn't expect that he would bump into the murderous weapon. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose, and then he was bounced back. For a moment, he only felt a cool breath penetrating his body. It was indescribably comfortable. Sua Xiaoyan screamed. She let go of her hands and stepped back. Her face was flushed. You're dead. Then she started to chase after him. Sua Xiao Duo covered his head and fled. He explained repeatedly, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I didn't bump into her. I didn't. She's so beautiful. Sua Xiaoyan became more and more angry. The strange feeling in her chest seemed to remain. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She attacked even more ruthlessly. Therefore, Sua Xiao Duo jumped into the air and started to bungee jump. In a moment, he jumped 7 or 8 times in a row. Chapter 212. When he caught her again, Sua Xiaoyan blushed and asked, Do you dare to do it again? I won't, I won't. Sua Xiao Duo shook his head repeatedly. But he still felt a touch of gentleness on his face. He couldn't help but lick his upper lip and lower lip. You! Sua Xiaoyan was about to explode again. Let's get down to business. Sua Xiao Duo begged for mercy. I have similar suspicions about my parents' background. But my suspicions are different from yours, Sua Xiao Duo said seriously. I've personally verified that my parents don't have any cultivation. Right now, they are just 2 ordinary people. However, there are too many other abnormalities. Sua Xiao Duo said, I've investigated. 1,000 fantasy gold, heavenly witch copper, imperishable gold, and so on. Sua Xiaoyan said impatiently, Hurry up and tell me. Are you sure you want to tell me here? Swa Xiaoduo glanced around. Alright, come with me. In a secret place. The 1000 Fantasy Gold is a special metal that can only be formed when the star spirit and the metal intertwine for a long time in the void and fuse together. It can be forged into a weapon that is indestructible and unbreakable. It can also change its color according to the owner's needs. It has the characteristic of being ever-changing. Therefore, it is called the 1000 Fantasy Gold. Heavenly Witch Copper is one of the few high-grade forging materials in the Umno Alliance. It's even rarer in the Astral Souls. Imperishable gold is obtained by refining a large amount of 1000 Fantasy Gold's essence. Moreover, it doesn't mean that you have to refine imperishable gold just because you've obtained a large amount of 1000 Fantasy Gold. It also requires exquisite refining skills. In the entire Astral Souls, there are no more than 10 people who can extract imperishable gold from 1000 Fantasy Gold. Swa Xiaoduo said, and this is only one of them. Swa Xiaonian nodded slowly. Swa Xiaoduo said, on the other hand, I agree with you. I even think that Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu are not only respectful to our parents, but also respectful with a hint of fear. Also, I suspect that Uncle Nan's true intention in coming to Phoenix City is actually to deliver cultivation methods and materials to us. Think about it, would such a person carry 2 peerless secret manuals with him when he goes out? Furthermore, it was a one-time transfer. This goal is too obvious, and too obvious. Secondly, who would bring 8 tons of illusion gold and heavenly sorcerer copper with them? Swa Xiaoduo said, these great opportunities were arranged by our parents in advance and were specially brought here. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Of course, part of it was the extra extortion from his parents, so it had to be accounted for separately. However, since Uncle Nan had brought so many with him, it meant that he was prepared to be extorted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary. Swa Xiaonian nodded silently. I think so too. Doggy, you're really smart. There's also Uncle Wu. He had never appeared before, but he suddenly appeared when we needed to forge weapons. Our requirements for forging weapons are not low at all, and Uncle Wu had all the materials we needed. He didn't hesitate at all. I'm almost certain that Uncle Wu was specially called over by our father to forge weapons for us. Swa Xiaoduo said, you see, his blacksmith shop, other than forging weapons for us, there's no other business. With his blacksmithing skills, the people who want him to forge weapons first should be fighting to the death and trampling over his doorstep. Swa Xiaonian nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Similarly, those forging materials he prepared. At least most of them should have been prepared in advance. Swa Xiaoduo snorted. It's just a few adults acting in front of us. Playing us like children. Swa Xiaonian rolled her eyes. Doggy, what are you thinking? Aren't we children in their eyes? We should be honored that they are willing to play with us. Swa Xiaoduo said, in summary, the opportunities we had these days were actually man-made, but they were all for us. They didn't take a break at all. From this, we can infer another conclusion. Our parents should be big bosses without a doubt. Swa Xiaoduo said with a heavy expression, however, Sister Nian, there's another thing that I have to remind you seriously. Swa Xiaoduo's sudden seriousness startled Swa Xiaonian. Go ahead, I'm listening. What happened last night? It was so urgent. Logically speaking, the first thing a super boss should do was to send a telepathic message or something like that. But Dad asked you to go there. Then, when Dad saw the tribulation eye, he was so shocked and anxious that he went to find Uncle Wu himself. But I really ran all the way there with him. I even supported Dad for the last part of the journey. In other words, Dad's cultivation shouldn't be at the level of a martial master. He's almost the same as an ordinary person. There's no doubt about that. Xiao Duo said, but Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu are such awesome people. They respect Dad so much, but Dad is at most a martial master. That's obviously abnormal. Sua Xiaoyan pondered. Sua Xiaoduo said, and do you remember the space ring that Uncle Nan sent last time? Mom said she couldn't open it and asked Dad to check it. But you and I both know that martial masters don't have congenital divine thoughts. If Dad is only at the level of a martial master, how could he check the space ring? Sua Xiaoyan suddenly remembered, yes, that's true, but I didn't care at that time. Dad and Mom have lived here for a long time. That's true. But we've never heard about Grandpa and Grandma. That's also true. Dad and Mom couldn't have fallen from the sky. They don't have any background. That's not normal. But for so many years, they never had any relatives. That's also strange. Are they both orphans? Dad and Mom asked Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu to come. That's why they could come. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, combining all the above, I have a conclusion. What's the conclusion? Sua Xiaoyan's voice was so nervous that it changed. Dad and Mom are big shots, but now they can only be said to be big shots in the past. Something must have happened to them and they were forced to live in seclusion in Phoenix City to slowly recover. So no matter if they asked for help or if other people knew that they were here, they would be in danger. Either they had an accident and their cultivation was sealed, or they were seriously injured and could only show their current shallow cultivation. But no matter what, it's not a good thing. It's a hidden danger. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, this time, Dad and Mom asked Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu to come for us. This should be a very dangerous thing for them, but they still did it. Why do you think it's for us? Sua Xiaoyan's face was a little pale. Now that you mention it, I should feel touched, but why do I suddenly feel so scared? If news about Dad and Mom is leaked, won't they be in danger? Don't forget, when you needed pills for your breakthrough, Dad would rather go bankrupt than ask for help. Sua Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Nian, Dad and Mom have done enough for us. In the future, it's our turn to protect them. Even if we don't have the ability, we have to at least let Dad and Mom maintain their current stable and happy life until they recover. And not lead trouble to them and let them have no choice but to expose themselves. If that's really the case, it'll be a disaster. Sua Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly, Dog, you're right. Don't say it again in the future. Don't let it slip. Yes, we have to be careful. We have to keep this matter to ourselves and not mention it to anyone. In particular, don't let Dad and Mom ask for help in the future. The hidden danger is too big. If one more person knows that Dad and Mom are here, it'll be more dangerous. Uncle Wu's strength is completely beyond my understanding. It's too scary. Yes. Sister Nian, didn't Dad and Mom always say that my birth was an accident? We always thought that they were pranking me, or that they were flaunting their love and showing off their affection. But now it seems that this saying is actually true. Sua Xiaoduo said, then, here comes another question. Under what circumstances did I become an accident? Maybe it's because Dad and Mom were seriously injured and didn't want children. After all, having children is more damaging to their vitality. But I was accidentally pregnant and was born. So, my birth was really an accident. At least, it was beyond Dad and Mom's expectations. Mom can't check the space ring, but Dad can. Maybe it was because of my birth. It seems that giving birth to me was really an accident. Sua Xiaoduo felt a little guilty and sighed, sigh. Sua Xiaoyan nodded silently and said, that's really possible. But now that you're born and so big, it's impossible to go back. Go back. Sua Xiaoduo looked at Sua Xiaoyan in shock and suddenly felt convinced. Sister Nian Nian, what you said is really powerful. Otherwise, you would be my sister. Cui Xiaonian said casually. After she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. However, Cui Xiaoduo pointed it out and she couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Shut up. After some discussion, the siblings quickly reached a consensus. First, Dad and Mom are big bosses. Second, Dad and Mom are seriously injured. Third, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are very weak now. Fourth, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are in danger now. Fifth, Dad and Mom are big bosses. Because they called people over, at least 2 people know that. Sixth, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are probably seriously injured. Seventh, they have to protect Dad and Mom in the future. They have to find a way to find out the truth and then find a way to recover. Eighth, they have to let Dad and Mom recover. As long as Dad and Mom recover, won't we be able to do whatever we want in the future? Cui Xiaoduo's imagination ran wild. When that time comes, won't I be able to bully men and women and be a second-generation rich kid who can do whatever he wants and win without doing anything? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 213. However, the current situation was that the more people who knew about this, the more danger his parents would be in. Based on the above conclusions, the further conclusion was that he could not call anyone else over no matter what. Then, he could not cause any more trouble for his parents. We're done talking. Why aren't you going to school? Cui Xiaonian, who had solved the puzzle in her heart, kicked Cui Xiaoduo's butt and said fiercely, "Don't play truant." Cui Xiaoduo covered his butt and walked away. He was speechless. How much more are you going to bully me? When I grow up and my cultivation surpasses yours, I'll play with cats every day. He rubbed her once, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again while lying down. As he thought about it, perhaps the Flaming Sun Sutra in his body was automatically activated, causing some reactions. This sutra is really powerful. Cui Xiaoduo went to school valiantly and energetically. At this moment, a large number of cars were gathered at the entrance of number 2 high school. Everyone was craning their necks and waiting, looking into the distance. Cui Xiaoduo was puzzled. What's going on? When the crowd saw Cui Xiaoduo appear, someone shouted, "That's Master Zhua." Instantly, over 100 people rushed over with a loud roar. Master Zhua. Are they all here for me to read their fortune? Cui Xiaoduo's brain worked very quickly. From the words Master Zhua, it wasn't difficult to deduce that the people in front of him weren't here to cause trouble for him, but to have their fortune told by him. And the hundreds of people in front of him, as well as the luxury cars parked around them, were definitely rich people. At this thought, this money grubber's eyes turned into light bulbs. This is all money. This is all luck points. This. I'm going to be rich. As expected, gold will always shine, and pearls will always shine in front of people. I'm going to be rich. Don't worry. Cui Xiaoduo raised his arms and shouted, one by one. Everyone will have a share, everyone will have a share. Don't worry, I won't run away. At first glance, he saw Li Chenglong carrying a large piece of iron on his back, running over like a snail. Li Chenglong. Zhuo. What's going on? Li Chenglong was carrying 3,000 jin of iron on his back, and he was also carrying weights. At this moment, his whole body was covered in sweat. Apparently, he had realized the gap between him and Cui Xiaoduo. This had driven Swollen completely crazy. He was cultivating as if his life depended on it. No matter what, he would not fall behind. And this big iron block was the product of Li Chenglong's sudden inspiration. I carry 200 kilograms of weight on my body every day, and it's all on my joints or key parts. It doesn't affect my overall body at all. If you were to carry another 3,000 pounds, that was how this happened, and it wasn't just him. Go, bring me a table. Sua Xiaoduo laughed heartily. I, Master Sua, want to perform the Tao on the spot. Li Chenglong was speechless. Okay, you perform the Tao. I'll go to the gravity room to cultivate. I'll catch up with you while I'm here. Not long after, Li Chenglong brought out a table and a chair. While Li Chenglong was moving the chair, Wan Lixiu also came to school with a large metal block like a snail-moving house. Not long after, Li Changming, Long Yuxing, and Yu Moyan also came one after another. Everyone's appearance was very strange, and there were many different styles. But overall, it was still to increase their endurance to the greatest extent. After roughly understanding the situation, each of them bid farewell to Sua Xiaoduo and entered the school to cultivate. Sua Xiaoduo was now in a state of suppression. He had suppressed his breakthrough many times in a row. It was fine for him to postpone his cultivation, but they had just reached the stage of suppression. They couldn't relax at all. This was the time when they might not be able to catch up even if they tried their best to catch up, let alone slacking off. Sua sat on the chair. A sage-like aura came from the 7 emotions. He laughed and said, "Bosses, I wonder why you're looking for me. There must be a lot of things you don't understand in this world. There are so many things you don't understand in this long world. There are so many things you don't understand." The one at the front of the line was a stout middle-aged man. He flattered, "I've long heard that Master Sua is well versed in ancient and modern times. You've heard about the 3 realms. You're a man of integrity. There's nothing you don't know about in your past life and future life. I've long wanted to meet you." Master Sua laughed and accepted all the compliments. Then, he said, "It's fate that we meet. Just get straight to the point. Master. Here's the thing." The fat man smiled apologetically. "My surname is Liu. My name is Liu Jianxi. My occupation is a contractor in the construction industry. Recently, I've been feeling that things are not going well for me. The money I earn has been decreasing for some reason. And my marriage is not going well." Sua Xiaoduo frowned. "Can you just tell me what you want to see?" The fat man was dumbfounded. He scratched his ears and cheeks and hesitated. Obviously, he wanted to see everything. Sua Xiaoduo sighed and rubbed his fingers. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and spread it on the table. He said, "The most taboo in fortune-telling is to make empty promises. I don't count the undestined method. I don't count the unprofitable method. Let's talk about this first." On the paper, Sua Xiaoduo's bank account and bank were neatly written. The content was very detailed. Liu Jianxi was very straightforward. "Master, just give me a price. I won't bargain. It's fair to pay for fortune-telling." Sua Xiaoduo frowned. "The more money you have, the more important things you can do. How can I give you a price? In this line of work, the most important thing is to follow fate. Do you understand?" Liu Jinju's eyes widened. "What? Idiot." Someone reminded him. "It means you can spend as much as you want. Master Sua doesn't have a fixed price. Do you understand? 1 yuan is fine. 1 million is fine. It depends on your own heart. The more money you have, the more important things you can do. Do you understand?" Sua Xiaoduo glanced at this understanding person with admiration and said, "You can't say it like that. Money is only a way. We provide guidance to others, but we are not doing it for profit. Fate, the most important thing is fate. Everyone coming to my place is already fate itself. The man smiled apologetically and nodded. Master, you're right. Fate is fate. We're fated people. Lu Jianxi understood more and more. I understand. I understand. Then, he immediately took out his phone and began to transfer money. Sua Xiaoduo didn't even look at his movements. He really allowed him to transfer as much as he wanted. Lu Jianzhu wanted to transfer 10,000 yuan at first, but he was reluctant after thinking about it. So, he transferred 1,000 yuan and said, Master, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind. The tall, thin man behind him glanced at the transfer number and couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. He only transferred so little and he wanted to see everything. How stingy. Sua Xiaoduo didn't care. He casually glanced at his face and said, You don't have to see it. You're in a lot of trouble now. It's just one of the reasons. Master, please enlighten me. Lu Jianxi was overjoyed. Go to the side of the road. Do you see that willow tree over there? Sua Xiaoduo asked. Yes, I see it. Go, break a willow branch. The fat man quickly went and then happily came back with a green willow branch. Master Sua, you're back. The willow branch is here too. Look, is it green? Pfft. At this moment, there were already people beside him who laughed in understanding. Lu Jianzhi's face suddenly changed. He hesitated and said, Master. This. Put it on your head and look at it again. Everything will be clear. Sua Xiaoduo said lightly. Lu Jianzhi's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. Many people beside him also smiled. They were almost all experienced. This kind of thing didn't need to be explained clearly. The willow branch you broke was intentional. There are many forks on it. Sua Xiaoduo said lightly, Your money, your people, your efforts, all have been divided by the forks. Go back. Lu Jianzhi's face was pale. Master, how should I solve this? Sua Xiaoduo didn't say anything. He looked at his phone and saw that the bank transfer message had arrived. He said lightly, This is a family matter. I can't say much. I can't do anything more. Think about it yourself. The thin man at the back of the line was already impatient. Go, go, go. You're not leaving after seeing it. It's just a thank you gift of 1,000 yuan. Do you want to solve everything at Master's place? Master has a good temper. If it were me, I would have chased you away. I'd even give beggars more than this. Lu Jianzhu's face was red. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. He squeezed out of the crowd with his tail between his legs. After he left the crowd, his face immediately turned fierce. I've long suspected that there's something wrong with you. Sure enough. Then he took out his phone. Private Detective Agency. The thin man sat in front of Sua Xiaoduo with a smile and a respectful attitude. Master Sua, I'm Qiao Zhongshan. Nice to meet you. Qiao Zhongshan. Sua Xiaoduo looked at his face and said, You want to ask about money? Qiao Zhongshan said, Yes. I have a business deal recently. I can't make up my mind. Should I do it or not? Sua Xiaoduo said, No need to say more. I'll give you 4 words. Please give me your instructions, Master. Sua Xiaoduo closed his eyes and half reclined on the chair. He said lightly, Make a prompt decision. The thin man understood. 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 Thank you for your guidance, Master. He took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan without hesitation. After the deal is done, I'll definitely thank you again. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally opened his eyes and praised, Your Excellency is very considerate. I see that your fortune, oh. A small stream flows for a long time, an endless stream. A person with a good character will most likely have good fortune. The thin man was elated. Thank you, master. Then, he transferred another 100,000 yuan and left happily. Next. He received 200,000 yuan just by looking at his fortune. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the road in front of him was splendid. A golden path was slowly spreading out. Chapter 2:14. Master Zhuo. An old woman sat down. She looked sad. Her clothes were clean, but they were obviously worn out. An old man with wrinkles on his face stood beside her. They looked like a couple. I have no other choice. That's why I came to you, master. The old woman's weather-beaten face was full of helplessness and despair. My old man and I used to be cultivators. But after we were plotted against, our lives changed completely. Originally, it would have been fine. That's how life is. Since we've embarked on this path, we've long been on guard against such situations and have no regrets. However, the other party took away our child. My only daughter was only 3 years old that year. Tears appeared in the old woman's dry eyes. 30 years have passed. We've been looking for her. But we couldn't find any clues. Master, please take a look. Can you still find my daughter? The old man beside him was silent. He took out an old wallet from his chest and took out all the money in the wallet. There were only a few $100s in total. Some were small, some were even, but it was obvious that he had emptied his wallet and took out everything he had. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a moment. He took $1 from the pile of money and pushed the rest of the money back. He said softly, if fate allows us to meet, then 1 gold coin will be enough for us to meet. If we are sincere, then 1 gold coin will be enough. Please take back the rest. He looked at the old woman's face and said in a low voice, Auntie, I can tell you with certainty. Your daughter is still alive. And soon, you will be able to reunite as a family. The old woman's eyes widened. Really? Really? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked softly, at that time, where did you lose your child? It's a long story. Back then, we went to the Roaring Tiger Forest, which was adjacent to the Sun Moon Pass. However, we got lost there. We lived there for 10 years. And that was when I got together with him. The old lady sighed softly. My darling has been living in the Roaring Tiger Forest since she was born. She has never seen the outside world. We tried so hard and finally found a way out. We walked out of the Roaring Tiger Forest, but we encountered an enemy. The 2 of us were severely injured and our daughter was taken away. I see. Zhuo Xiaoduo counted with his fingers and said, you should find a place to settle down temporarily. Don't go out and run around during this period of time. If I'm not wrong, your daughter is on the way to find her parents. Thank you for your guidance, master. The couple wept tears of joy. In this lifetime, to be able to see Nan Nan again. Even if I die immediately, I will be content. The husband and wife supported each other as they walked away. Everyone else present was waiting with a heavy heart. It was all because of the tragic experience of this couple. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the backs of the couple with a heavy expression. Next, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at more than 10 people. Not only did the crowd in front of him not decrease, but it also increased. Master Zhuo is awesome. That's right. I heard that when he showed it to the Long family, he said that he was about to be unlucky. Guess what? Is there a need to guess? The news has spread throughout the city. Is the Long family going to be in trouble soon? Wrong. Not only is the Long family unlucky, they are unlucky twice. The night before, the Long family manor was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. Isn't that bad enough? But the next night, even the ruins were gone. It turned into a lake. It's all thanks to Master Zhua. If it weren't for Master Zhua's judgment, the whole Long family would have been turned into fish and shrimp. That's right, that's right. It's because it's so magical that I have to come and take a look. I've been feeling that things haven't been going well recently. Zhua Xiaoduo was never tired of reading people's faces. The more the better. In the past, he only complained that no one came to see him. Now that there were people coming, naturally, he was very happy to greet them. There was no income in the Providence points for now, but in just 1 hour, the income had reached a terrifying amount of 400,000. These people are so honest and kind. I really like them. Zhua Xiaoduo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After all, this amount of income was already very, very scary for Zhua Xiaoduo. Just when he was busy and happy, Hu Ruoyun came. Zhua Xiaoduo. Hu Ruoyun looked at the school entrance that looked like a wet market and said angrily, "Do you still want to go to class or not? Are you setting up a stall here? It's so slow to earn money like this. Why don't you go rent a house and do some fortune-telling?" In the whole school, no, in the whole Phoenix City, or even the whole continent of astral souls, among the people that Zhua Xiaoduo was most afraid of, Hu Ruoyun was one of the top 3, second only to his mother and sister. In this regard, Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue were ranked behind. When Hu Ruoyun stood up, Zhua Xiaoduo stood at attention and smiled apologetically. "Teacher Hu, he. Class, I'll go to class right away." Then, he said, let's go. If you need anything, you can come at noon. I have an hour of rest at noon. And an hour of rest in the afternoon. Don't worry, things will be solved. Under everyone's regretful gazes, Zhua Xiaoduo quickly packed up, grabbed his bank card, and the promotional note, and ran into the school. There was no one left in the class. Those who needed to train went to train, and those who had contribution points in hand used them to exchange for cultivation resources. Qin Fangyang was currently lying in shield. With his injuries, he definitely wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. Zhua Xiaoduo naturally had to report to the gravity room. "Zhua Xiaoduo," someone called from behind. Zhua Xiaoduo turned around and saw Bai Bingbing standing there. "What's the matter?" Bai Bingbing looked a little restrained. She was quite different from the cheerful person she was a few days ago. She even looked a little haggard. She said, "Have you had breakfast? I brought you your favorite big buns. There are 20 of them." As she spoke, she took out a big bag of meat buns. Bai Bingbing had been bringing breakfast for Zhua Xiaoduo for several days in a row. Zhua Xiaoduo would refuse every time, but Bai Bingbing obviously didn't give up. She reluctantly continued to bring him breakfast the next day. "Bai Bingbing," Zhua Xiaoduo said seriously, "I'll say it again seriously. I really can't like you, because I already have a wife." "You already have a wife?" Bai Bingbing looked at Zhua Xiaoduo's young face. Even though her heart was heavy, she couldn't help but want to laugh. "Eat, I just brought you a few buns. I don't want to be your wife." "Is that so?" Zhua Xiaoduo turned around and rushed into the gravity room. "I know, don't bring them in the future. If my wife sees it, I'll be finished." Bai Bingbing's hand stopped in midair. Looking at Zhua Xiaoduo's back, her expression gradually became complicated. She held the bag of buns in her hand tightly and didn't move for a long time. After a while, she sighed softly and walked back. Halfway through, she threw the bag of buns into the trash can by the roadside and left with a heavy heart. After a long time, Hu Ruoyun appeared beside the trash can. She reached in and took out the buns. Then, she took the buns and left. Go and check these buns. Hu Ruoyun handed the buns to Li Chongjiang. Li Chongjiang was a little puzzled, still checking. You've been checking for 3 or 4 days. I just feel that something is wrong. Hu Ruoyun frowned. I hope I'm just overthinking. Okay. Li Chongjiang said, I'll go now. Also, give me the test reports from the past few days. Okay. Noon. The test reports are out. Li Chongjiang said, there's nothing wrong with these buns. There's just an extra Xiang root. Well, the Xiang root's main effect is to replenish the vitality of the astral souls. If it's eaten frequently, it will have a certain effect on strengthening the astral souls. Xiang root. Hu Ruoyun held a thick stack of test reports. Is everything here? Yes. Okay, I'll take them. Li Chongjiang looked at his wife's figure and was a little puzzled. Ruoyun, in my opinion, this is just a young man's pursuit of the opposite sex because he has a good impression of the opposite sex. Don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill by being so paranoid? Hu Ruoyun said softly, I don't want to think of my student this way, but I keep feeling that this Bai Bingbing is different from before. She used to like to get close to Sui Xiaoduo, but she used to be very bright and generous when she smiled. But since a few days ago, her smile has changed. She's still trying to get close to him, but she's not like before, walking over whenever she has time. Instead, she spends most of her time in a daze. She often seems to have a lot on her mind. Also, she's never sent food to Sui Xiaoduo before, but these few days, she's been acting strangely. She's been sending food every morning. She's been rejected today, but she continues the next day. Li Chongjiang wondered, isn't this normal? It's not strange for a girl who's in love to do anything. Hu Ruoyun said faintly, you're not a woman. You don't understand women. Li Chongjiang said, I think the problem is that Sui Xiaoduo hasn't eaten even once, which made the girl feel frustrated. That's why she keeps sending food to him, hoping that he'll be moved once. Then why doesn't Sui Xiaoduo eat? Hu Ruoyun said, or maybe Sui Xiaoduo saw something. Li Chongjiang felt that his wife was simply unreasonable. She was twisting words and forcing logic. Li Chongjiang, you have to know one thing. If a girl really likes someone, even if she knows that there's no hope, her heart will still be filled with love. Under this kind of love, she will cry, she will be in a daze, she will look forward to it, she will daydream, and she will even laugh. However, he would never show a dull and somewhat stiff attitude. Do you understand? Hu Ruoyun took the test report and left. The reason why I felt that something was wrong and only asked you to do the test, but I didn't say anything to the public, is that I'm not sure. This is just my intuition. And a woman's intuition has never been reasonable. I hope that my intuition is wrong this time. Hu Ruoyun took the test report and went up to the top floor. Old principal. Monthly votes please. Chapter 2:15. Oh, it's Ruoyun. Yuanyua's body was weak, and she was having a meeting at Shield in the early hours of the morning. Furthermore, Sister Lan was not around to look after her. She was lying on the wheelchair, dozing off, with only a thin blanket covering her body. What's the matter? There's a small matter. Hu Ruoyun felt a little regretful. She should have let Yuanyue rest for a while. Her body wasn't well to begin with. She had been worried the whole night and stayed up all night. Now, she had to disturb her with something that she didn't even know existed. Say it. Yuanyue was completely awake now. She lifted the blanket on her body and said, "You're not an ignorant person. Since you're here, it must be something important. There's something that I can't make up my mind about. I really don't know much about this field." Say it. There are a few edible herbs, including purple sun root, dreamlingji grass, 9 complete vine juice, and honey grass flower. Just these, together with ordinary dishes and meat, will it produce any special effects? Will it have the same effect as mixed poison? Yuanyue laughed. "How come you're researching mixed poison now?" She pondered for a moment and said, "The herbs you mentioned all have the same characteristics. It strengthens the vitality, nourishes the astral souls, and replenishes the vitality. And these herbs, if eaten alone, will not do any harm. They will only be beneficial." Yuanyue said slowly, "But..." Hearing the word "but," Ruoyun's heart skipped a beat. These 4 herbs, if you eat the honey grass flower on the first day and let the medicinal effect spread into the meridians, then eat the 9 complete vine juice, then eat the dreamlingji grass on the 3rd day, and eat the purple sun root on the 4th day. Yuanyue's face was serious. If you eat the honey grass flower on the 5th day, the medicinal effect of the 4 days will accumulate, and it will become an incurable poison. Ruoyun's delicate body trembled. An incurable poison. Yes, once the incurable poison is formed, the astral souls of the user will immediately shatter, and their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will disappear. However, very few people know about this method. Furthermore, there are clear regulations of the country that forbid the sale of these medicinal herbs together. Especially the dreamlingji grass, which is the hardest to find. It's an extremely rare spiritual material, but it doesn't have much of a beneficial effect. Therefore, not many people know about this method of harming people. Yuanyue asked, "Why? Did you find anything?" Ruoyun gulped and said, "I did find something. I suspect that someone is using this method to deal with Suoshao Duo." Ha! Yuanyue could not help but widen her eyes. Suoshao Duo. Yes. Ruoyun took out the test report and said, "Recently, a girl has been pursuing Suoshao Duo. I feel that her behavior is strange because at first, it was pure affection. I can see and feel it, but recently, her behavior has changed. Every morning, she brings food to Suoshao Duo. Suoshao Duo does not eat, and Suoshao Duo does not eat, so it's fine if she takes it back. However, that girl always throws away the food she brings and brings it back the next day. I feel strange about this. Even if he doesn't eat it, she shouldn't throw it away, right? If she gives up and gives up, she won't bring it back the next day, so I took it for testing." Ruoyun explained her analysis in detail, including the analysis of the girl's thoughts. This is the test report from the first day. It found the ingredients of the honey grass flower. On the 2nd day, there was 9 whole vine juice. On the 3rd day, there was dreamlingji grass. On the 4th day, there was purple sun root. Looking at the 4 test reports, Yuanyue's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Suoshao Duo did not eat it. You didn't eat it even once. Not even once. Ruoyun said with certainty. That's not right. If he didn't eat it on the first day, even if he ate it on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days, it would be useless. Yuanyue pondered and said, if he didn't eat it on the first day, she should continue to send him the food with the honey grass flower. She shouldn't have changed to the food with the 9 whole vine juice. Ruoyun frowned and did not say anything. Do you know why Suoshao Duo didn't eat it? Yuanyue asked. I'm investigating this matter secretly. I haven't asked Suoshao Duo yet, and I'm also afraid that this is a misunderstanding. Since Suoshao Duo didn't eat it, and there's no danger now. Then why don't we observe this matter first before we do anything else? He Yuanyue reminded her, Ruoyun, this matter is very likely to be more dangerous than you can imagine. So, you must pay attention to your own safety. If possible, try to delay it as much as possible. The strongest fighters in our school are all not here. If something happens, we won't be able to fight back at all. He Yuanyue said, just gives Hua Xiaoduo a subtle reminder. That kid knows what's important and he's very sensitive to his own misfortune. Understood. Watching Hu Ruoyun go out, He Yuanyue's eyes became deep. She looked at the tea in the teacup. The tea leaves that Hu Ruoyun just made for her were bobbing up and down. She did not move for a long time. Meng Tianyue. The Meng family can't wait to kill Hua Xiaoduo. If that's the case, why don't they just send a master to assassinate him directly? Why do they always play these little tricks? Do they want to quietly solve the problem? If I didn't know your intention before and couldn't see your faces clearly, maybe I would be fooled by you. But now, as soon as this matter came out, He Yuanyue immediately locked onto the suspect. The Meng family. Lan. She habitually wanted to call Sister Lan, but then she remembered that Sister Lan was now seriously injured and was recuperating its star shield. She shut her mouth. No matter what, this matter can't be revealed now. Once it is revealed, it will only intensify the conflict and puts Hua Xiaoduo in more danger. The water in Phoenix City is getting muddier and muddier. How did the Bai family and the Meng family hook up again? The Bai family has always been a family of poets and scholars. Could it be that they are being coerced? Hua Xiaoduo was sweating profusely in the gravity room. His heart was filled with bewilderment. He didn't know what was going on. It was probably because he had absorbed a lot of spirit energy since he came to school this morning, but he didn't feel like breaking through even once. If it was yesterday, he should have at least 5 or 6 times of agitation. He couldn't figure it out. Why was this? If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. It can help me become stronger and accumulate more foundation. Hua Xiaoduo took out the medium-grade jade of astral souls again and absorbed its energy. It's fine if I can't reach the breakthrough point for now. Although I don't know the specific reason, it's certain that I haven't accumulated enough. So, I'll continue to accumulate. The true Yuan in his body was quietly transforming into the scorching power of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Noon, 12:00. Hua Xiaoduo climbed out of the gravity room on time with the weights. After a short rest, he went to the cafeteria to eat. Hua Xiaoduo ate quickly. It only took him 5 minutes to finish 3 or 4 bowls of rice. He wiped his mouth and walked out. When he reached a corner, he saw Wan Lixio hiding in a corner and eating alone. Wan Lixio's appetite was terrifying. As a girl, almost all girls would think about how to lose weight and diet to maintain their figure. But Wan Lixio ate at least 60 to 70 steamed buns for a meal. So much so that every time they had lunch in the cafeteria, Miss Wan would feel extremely conflicted and ashamed. But if she didn't eat, she would starve. She didn't have the strength to maintain her cultivation. So, she could only hide in a corner and eat steamed buns. Long Yuxing sat behind her and tried his best to make his body as big as possible to block Wan Lixio's line of sight. This made Wan Lixio feel a little better. Yes, others can't see me. They can't see me. Hua Xiaoduo walked over valiantly. He laughed loudly and said, Wan Lixio, have you finished 70 steamed buns? Wan Lixio's eyes bulged. She looked at him with a dumbfounded expression with a steamed bun in her mouth. She knew that this guy was despicable, but she didn't expect him to be despicable to this extent. His voice wasn't soft at all, so many people in the cafeteria turned to look in the direction of the voice. Swa Xiao Duo looked over and laughed. Oh, there are still 7 or 8 steamed buns. You can continue to eat. If you don't have enough money in your meal card, you can swipe. Swipe Long Yuxing's meal card. Before his voice died away, Swa Xiao Duo, who had finished his despicable act, disappeared with a whoosh. Wan Lixiu, who was still in the corner, blushed. She almost stuffed her head into the wall. Long Yuxing's angry eyes showed that he wanted to kill someone. Despicable. What a despicable person. Long Yuxing muttered to himself. Wan Lixiu swallowed the remaining 7 or 8 steamed buns as if they were Swa Xiao Duo. Her face was red. I must kill him this afternoon. No one is allowed to stop me. I must beat him to death. Ah, 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 ah. Long Yuxing was shocked. Xiao, don't be impulsive. Wan Lixiu roared crazily. She suddenly stood up and walked out valiantly to get food. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a beautiful girl? Wan Lixiu was no longer shy when facing the scrutinizing eyes around her. She stared back valiantly. There was a sense of desperation. Everyone turned their heads to look at her valiantly. Wan Lixiu was completely relaxed when Swa Xiao Duo shouted. She directly put the bowl through the window. Give me another 20 steamed buns, 2 plates of mutton, 2 ox trotters, and half a kilogram of chili sauce. Thank you. She stomped her feet as if venting her anger. I didn't eat enough for the past few days because of my face. I must eat more today. 30 steamed buns, make it 100. Li Changming, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan, who were engrossed in eating, gave her a thumbs up. Xiao. Awesome. Wan Lixiu walked back with the food. She held her head high and said, What are you looking at? Can you afford to feed me with my appetite? Long Yuxing shouted from behind, I can afford to feed you. There was another burst of laughter. All kinds of whistles rose to the sky. Chapter 216. After Swa Xiao Duo was done with his daily routine, he ran out of the school to set up a stall to earn money. In less than an hour, he had seen 17 or 18 advertisements. His net income was 600,000. Adding it up with the one he had seen in the morning, it was 1 million. He had to admit that the effect of the advertisement was too good. In this world, there were too many people who were dissatisfied with their current situation, unwilling to accept their fate, or those who had nowhere to spend their money and wanted to buy a peace of mind. There's still an hour before school ends. Let's continue if we're fated. Swa Xiao Duo returned to the gravity room, but he was stopped by Hu Ruoyun at the door. Swa Xiao Duo, I want to ask you something. Hu Ruoyun brought Swa Xiao Duo to her office without any explanation. Tell me the truth. Why didn't you eat the food that Bai Bingbing brought for you? Hu Ruoyun went straight to the point. She believed that Swa Xiao Duo would not lie to her. Swa Xiao Duo chuckled. Teacher Hu, I'm a loyal man. I already have a wife. My love for my wife can only be expressed by the heavens. How can I eat the food that another woman brought for me? Hu Ruoyun frowned. Stop talking nonsense with a cheeky face. I want to hear the truth. This is the truth. If you don't want to say it, you can leave. Hu Ruoyun said sadly, Xiao Duo, you can cultivate now. You can skip grades. You're already at the peak of martial master. Swa Xiao Duo panicked. Teacher Hu. You can leave. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth. No, I'm not interested in listening anymore. Swa Xiao Duo rushed over and hugged Hu Ruoyun's arm, acting like a spoiled child. Teacher Hu, I was just casually saying. Hu Ruoyun gave him a sidelong glance. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head embarrassedly. Then, his expression turned serious. At first, I thought that Bai Bingbing was a good person. She had a good personality and dared to love and hate. However, ever since she began to bring me breakfast, I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. So I did a facial examination for her. A physiognomy. Hu Ruoyun's expression turned serious. She paused for a moment before asking, then what did you see? I can see a lot of things. Recently, Bai Bingbing's family has been troubled. She's been affected by an uncontrollable force. She's been shrouded in bad luck, and she's been surrounded by evil spirits. Most importantly, she's suddenly filled with malice towards me or her actions. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face twisted as he said, based on this reason, how would I dare to eat the food she gave me? Intuition. It's not intuition. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I really know that the food she gave me has something bad in it. Why should I eat it? Was he looking for trouble for himself? To take care of the feelings of someone who has malice towards me? Wouldn't that be stupid? Hu Ruoyun sighed softly. I understand. But why don't you tell me more? Hu Ruoyun was a little tired. There have been too many things happening recently. It's better to avoid trouble. Also, I'm pretty sure that Bai Bingbing didn't mean to harm me. Zhuo Xiaoduo paused for a moment before saying solemnly, she was probably forced. Forced? Yes, I was behind her, and I could see a thick darkness. If I insist on pursuing the truth of this matter, the truth will most likely be buried. Her whole family will be annihilated. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, Teacher Hu, I don't know how you noticed this. Maybe I'm a little soft-hearted. But I feel that I'm not hurt anyway. There's no need to kill her whole family. That's a little too much. Of course. My other purpose is to see if they can lure out the big fish behind the scenes when their plan fails and they change to another strategy. I want to see who it is. Is there a third reason? Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the third reason is. I'm afraid that if I expose the big fish behind the scenes, I won't be able to handle it. If everything is exposed, I won't be able to handle it. If Teacher Qin wasn't injured, I would have discussed this matter with him. But now, our second high school is full of injured soldiers and all the important generals are gone. If I act rashly now, I'll be courting death. Hu Ruoyun completely understood. I understand. Then you can go. Hu Ruoyun said, since you know everything in your heart, I won't waste my breath to remind you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said gratefully, thank you, Teacher Hu. Thank you for your concern. Hu Ruoyun was stunned for a moment. She smiled and said, you child. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, your kindness is really worth remembering for the rest of my life. He took a step forward and gently hugged Hu Ruoyun. He said wholeheartedly, thank you. Letting go of Hu Ruoyun, Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and left. She watched the office door close gently. Hu Ruoyun's eyes were slightly red. She smiled with tears in her eyes. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Although Hu Ruoyun didn't want Zhuo Xiaoduo to know too much and only wanted to silently pay attention to this child, it was obvious that Zhuo Xiaoduo understood everything. He knew everything clearly and understood it all in his heart. If she didn't pay close attention to him for a long time, if she didn't pay close attention to every little thing, how could she discover such a thing? 5 years of repeating a grade, long-term attention, and this unbreakable teacher-student relationship had made Zhuo Xiaoduo a child in Hu Ruoyun's heart. She was always concerned about him. She was like a loving mother, silently caring and paying attention to everything about her child. Just as Sua Xiaoduo said himself, Sua Xiaoduo will remember for the rest of his life. In the afternoon, in the gravity room, Sua Xiaoduo trained even harder and even risked his life. But even if it was so hard, his heart was always warm. In this world, there were so many beautiful, warm things that were worth remembering, worth protecting, and worth cherishing. Even if he risked his life, he had to protect those things. I'm very happy. I'm so happy that I want to be cheap. It wasn't until the afternoon, when it was close to 5:00 that the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough surged like a tide again. And this time, it was a feeling that couldn't be controlled at all, a feeling that couldn't be suppressed. At least in Sua Xiaoduo's mind, his dantian couldn't hold it anymore. Although Sua Xiaoduo was still trying to gather all of his true qi as much as possible, wave after wave of true qi kept surging over. Or to put it another way, if one drank too much, to the point where he couldn't control himself and wanted to vomit, even if the person was still sober and knew that he didn't want to vomit, he would force himself to swallow it back. But the next wave of even more intense feeling would come and continue to surge out. Cough, anyone who was drunk before would know that. Those who weren't drunk should try their best not to try it. That feeling was really uncomfortable that it took Sua Xiaoduo 40 minutes just to suppress this breakthrough. But that restless feeling was still there. It seemed that if he used a little bit of his true qi, it would set off a tsunami again. At this moment, the true qi in his body filled his entire dantian and spread all the way from the dantian to the breakthrough, leaving only a small part before the breakthrough. Or it should be said that his dantian was full to the extreme. This power was destined to not return, because there was no place for it. The main reason why he was sure of this was that Sua Xiaoduo used the cooling power of the form of heaven and man. Although he suppressed it, he also understood his current situation. But I haven't surpassed Nian Nian Cat's record. Could it be that there's something wrong with my talent? Sua Xiaoduo's mind was almost in a daze, but he kept remembering this matter. I think I've only suppressed 19 times. This situation lasted until he returned home. And when he returned home, the investigation by Star Shield finally came to a conclusion. Director General, the two men who have been following Shang Qingyun since she was in the governor's mansion have confessed under torture. The two people had already been caught in the morning under the crazy search of all the experts in Star Shield. What did they confess? Is there any important information? Shang Qingyun is very likely to be the left minister of the Big Dipper. He's the Star Master below the Star Monarch. Star Monarch. Star Master. Is this confirmed? I'm 90% sure. Jiang Wenzhou's eyebrows were completely furrowed. Generally speaking, there's only one Star Master below the Star Monarch, who assists the Star Monarch in handling matters related to the GAL. So why is the left minister of the stars in Phoenix City? And he hasn't moved for decades. He hasn't moved for so many years. What is he waiting for? The left minister of the stars. This is the existence of cooperation. So, who is Shang Qingyun cooperating with? Logically speaking, there must be more important things that require the left minister of the stars' assistance. That's why he's here. So, who is he assisting? Jiang Wenzhou only felt that this case was getting bigger and more complicated as he investigated. The more he investigated, the more his head hurt. Especially after confirming Shang Qingyun's identity, he was shocked to find that the secret hidden in this might be a shocking puzzle that even he couldn't completely understand. In the moment Shang Qingyun's identity was confirmed. That was when the people in Star Shield reported, Shang Qingyun should be the left minister of the Big Dipper. He's the Star Master below the Star Monarch. Sua Xiaoduo, who had just returned home and was still trying to suppress himself, suddenly felt a flood of good fortune falling from the sky. Well, actually, it was 2 drops of coolness that fell from the sky and went straight into his brain. This was really a windfall from the sky. Of the 2 drops of coolness, half went into his reserves, and the other half turned into coolness that merged into all the meridians in Zhuoxiao's body. In an instant, all the meridians in his body were nourished and widened again. Their flexibility also increased out of nowhere, and almost doubled. What was even more surprising was that his energy center, which had swollen to the limit, actually widened again. That it's time for the second watch today. I'll rest for a few days before erupting again. Chapter 217. With just a thought, Zhuoxiao's true origin, which had been blocked in his meridians and was about to break through at any time, all returned to his dantian. That force was like an extension of his arm. What's more, Zhuoxiao felt that his dantian still had plenty of true origin left. That was to say, he could accumulate even more resources and strengthen his foundation even more. Fuck. Zhuoxiao groaned. Suddenly, he felt so good that he could go to heaven. It turned out that he had used too little cooling power previously, which was why it was difficult to achieve results. But now, he had used a whole drop at once. The effect was indeed extraordinary, and the effect was immediate. However, Zhuoxiao was completely dumbfounded as to where these 2 drops came from. Where did they come from? Recently. I haven't seen any big fortune. What's going on? Well, the surprises did not stop there. They continued to come. Just after these 2 drops of cooling power arrived, only 10 minutes later, another drop suddenly entered his account. Once again, Zhuoxiao felt refreshed, and his whole body trembled. Strange, this is really strange. The only thing Zhuoxiao could think of was, last night, when he saw Zhuoxiaonian and his fortune, the people closest to him were in a life and death situation, and this life and death situation was obviously resolved. That was why these providence points came. But why were there 3 drops? And why did they come separately? Which drop came from which side? He had no clue at all. But it didn't matter which side it came from, as long as he could force the true origin back. Well, not bad, not bad. Now, the number of providence points that he could use had climbed to a new peak. He had a total of 7 drops in reserve. Plus the 3 drops that he used. It seemed that the reserve was full. Then, was this fortune-telling technique going to be upgraded? However, Zhuoxiao waited for a long time, but there was no movement. Sigh, it's better to focus on cultivation. When it's time, it will naturally come. With 3 extra drops, he could at least suppress it a few more times. How delightful. It had to be said that Zhuoxiao was very easily satisfied now. I don't need to compare myself to anyone. I only need to improve faster than my classmates. I only need them to be no match for me when I'm being mean to them every day. That's all. I just need to be more steadfast than Nian Mao. I just need to be stronger than I was yesterday. I just need to be able to earn 1 million every day. I just need to reach Uncle Nan's level. I just need to surpass Nian Mao as soon as possible. Zhuoxiao sighed, feeling wronged. As long as I can achieve these goals, I will be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu rolled their eyes in unison. After eating, Zhuoxiao didn't hide in his room as usual. Instead, he walked around the living room and tried to find something to talk about. Mom, Nian didn't come back for dinner, and you didn't even call me. This can't go on. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes as she washed the dishes. Actually, girls have to follow the rules and be reserved when they grow up. Not returning home at night was unacceptable. Mom, don't you think so? Zhuoxiao continued to walk around. Wu Yuding continued to roll her eyes. Mom, now that I can cultivate, and I'm a genius, I'm not completely unworthy of Nian Mao, right? Zhua Xiaoduo muttered to himself. His wild ambition was obvious. This time, Zhua Chonglu, who was sitting on the sofa and reading the newspaper, couldn't help but look up at him and roll his eyes. Do you think Nian Kitten will feel inferior if I continue to be so outstanding? Plus, she's 3 years older than me. Sigh, Nian Kitten must be suffering. Zhua Xiaoduo shook his head. But she shouldn't feel inferior. This girl is very thick-skinned. She's already decided to stay in our house. Sigh, poor me. I've been targeted since I was young. It's a sin to be handsome. Dad, you told me not to think about it that day. Nian Mao and I are from 2 different worlds. I think you're wrong. Zhua Xiaoduo saw that no one was paying attention to him after he talked to himself for so long. He simply sat in front of Zhua Chonglu and started to talk about old scores. He felt that he needed to change his father's feudal thinking. It wouldn't do to always be a busybody. Zhua Chonglu looked at the newspaper and didn't say anything. He pretended that someone didn't exist. Look at me now. I'm handsome and hardworking. I'm smart and honest. I'm a genius. I can even make money by reading people's faces. Dad, I know you were just talking about it that day. In fact, you still voted for us to get closer to Nian Cat. Zhua Chonglu sighed and put the newspaper down. There was no other reason. He couldn't bear to watch or listen to this anymore. I know what you're worried about. Right now, Nian Mao's realm is only 1 or 2 levels higher than mine. But for your son, this distance is nothing. Zhua Xiaoduo stuck out his tongue and tried to brainwash his father. He opened his mouth and said, I'm not worried about not being able to find a wife. But Nian Mao pesters me every day. It's so annoying. I don't know how many young ladies like me. However, the fear in his heart that his wife would grow wings and fly away was still exposed. Zhua Chonglu leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Dad, just nod. Actually, it's one thing to let nature take its course. But feelings, love, if there's a parent's blessing, it's quite good. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence. You can take back what you said the other day. Thank you, Dad. Zhua Xiaoduo, who had directed and acted himself, drew and painted himself, bowed deeply to him. In the kitchen, Wu Yuding held her stomach and laughed silently until tears came out. Zhua Chonglu finally stopped pretending to be asleep. He stood up with a speechless face and strolled into the study. But it's so annoying. In the future, no one will be able to wake up a person who's pretending to be asleep. A voice that's as annoying as a fly is the biggest nemesis of a person who's pretending to be asleep. Just as he was about to close the door, he was surprised to see Zhua Xiaoduo walking in behind him. He looked at him innocently and said, Dad, I'm going to take a look in your study. What do you want to see? Zhua Chonglu finally spoke. There's something important. Something good. Zhua Xiaoduo winked and looked behind him like an underground worker. Zhua Chonglu glared at him. Ignoring him, he walked to the desk and sat down. Zhua Xiaoduo closed the door sneakily, then sneaked in front of Zhua Chonglu and lowered his voice. Dad, your son is going to give you a surprise today. A big surprise. Zhua Chonglu raised his eyelids helplessly. What do you think this is? Zhua Xiaoduo showed his bank card and smiled evilly. Dad, I know that you've been under my mother's care all these years. Your son would like to express his deep sympathy and condolences. Zhua Chonglu's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Zhua Xiaoduo said in a low voice, Dad, there's 1 million in this card. I've already transferred it to you. 900,000, how about that? Your son is filial enough, right? Zhua Chonglu frowned and looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. Son of a bitch, just tell me what you want. I really don't want to do anything. I just want to be filial to you. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, I just want to make life easier for you and Mom. Sua Chonglu's eyes were deep. Sua Xiaoduo had already put away his sloppy appearance and said softly, Dad, ever since I kept repeating grades, I knew that our family wasn't rich. I saved up for so many years. I couldn't bear to spend money. It wasn't because I was stingy. I just thought that if I saved up more, I would tell you that your son has grown up. I've been thinking about this for the past few days too. Sua Xiaoduo grabbed Sua Chonglu's hand and begged, Dad, Sister Nian Nian and I are already grown up. In fact, we can solve many things on our own. Whether it's resources or weapons, we have all settled down. You don't call Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu over anymore. Okay. Sua Chonglu's eyes were deep and bottomless. He said in a low voice, Why? I know. You and Mom have a lot of difficulties to live in seclusion here in Phoenix City. But since you've been living in seclusion for so many years, I don't want you to be in danger anymore. I don't want others to know about your existence, including old friends like Uncle Nan. Only the secrets that you know are the real secrets. I just want you and Mom to be safe. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, now that I've grown up, I can make money. I know that I have the ability to take care of this family. You and Mom can rest in peace. Okay. Recuperate. Sua Zhonglu frowned, keenly grasping these two words. Whether it's to rest in peace or to live in seclusion, Sister Nian Nian and I hope. You've been living in seclusion for so many years, don't let outsiders know. Uncle Wu and Uncle Nan have already come. We can't do anything about it. But in the future, we don't want you to take any more risks. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, almost pleadingly. Sua Chonglu didn't speak for a long time. With his age and experience, he naturally understood his son's intentions. Although Sua Xiaoduo's guess was very far from the truth, Sua Chonglu's heart was still fiercely touched by his son at this moment. At this moment, there was only one feeling, and that was, this son was worth having. Gently patting Sua Xiaoduo's hand, Sua Chonglu smiled gently and said, Okay, Dad will listen to you. Sua Xiaoduo smiled and finally stood up. Why don't you give the money to your mom? Why do you want to give it to me? Sua Chonglu asked curiously. What I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. It's really not easy for you. Besides, once the money is in my mom's hands, our family will be as poor as before. My mom wouldn't be willing to spend it. It's better to give it to you. Sua Xiaoduo smiled. Besides, I'm a boy, and I always feel embarrassed talking to Mom. As for Mom, there's naturally Sister Nian Nian to win her over. Chapter 218. Ha ha ha. Sua Chonglu let out what was probably the most carefree, most comfortable laugh he had ever let out in his entire life. You brat. You have quite a lot of ideas. Not bad, not bad. Hee hee. Sua Xiaoduo laughed embarrassedly. Sua Chonglu only felt that the mark of the great path in his body suddenly began to accelerate. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. So, this is life. He raised his head and looked at the opposite side of the desk. There was a calligraphy painting hanging there. At a glance, it seemed to be a landscape of clouds and mist, but it was flowing slowly. In the end, it would form a word. Tao. Sua Chonglu looked at the painting and said softly, Tao. This is the Tao of life. In his voice, there was happiness, relief, and slight doubt. It seemed to be saying, your so-called Tao before is wrong. That night, Sua Chonglu and Wu Yuting went to bed very late. The two of them chatted softly. Zhou Chonglu said to Wu Yuting in a very satisfied, very comfortable, and very happy tone, "My Tao has loosened." Wu Yuting was stunned. Is that true? This time, it's really loosened. I even feel like it's cracking. This level is no longer difficult. As long as I casually rush it, I can pass it. Zhou Chonglu seemed to be very satisfied. Why is that? Wu Yuting asked. You might not believe it, but at night in the study, Xiao Duo came to me. Zhou Chonglu slowly told her what Xiao Duo said to him, not missing a single word. As Wu Yuting listened, she suddenly burst into laughter. This brat's guess is not bad. It's just that his direction is off. It's worlds apart from the truth. Zhou Chonglu said in a deep voice, in fact, from the 2 times I asked Xiao Nan and old Wu to come over, we should have been mentally prepared. Xiao Nian and Xiao Duo are both smart children. It would be strange if they didn't suspect anything. And Xiao Duo's direction of thinking is really not wrong. As a child, what he was most worried about was the integrity of his family, as well as peace and happiness. Connecting the dots with the past, little Nan, and old Wu, especially their attitudes, his first suspicion was that they were hiding from their enemies due to serious injuries and the loss of their cultivation base. This was originally the most reasonable judgment. After all, he wasn't as profound as us, so he didn't have the experience and knowledge in this area. As for being heavily injured or having his cultivation sealed, that's the most logical guess we're making right now. Wu Yuting agreed. That's right. But it was the conversation between father and son yesterday that touched my Taoist heart. Zhou Chonglu stretched his limbs and lay on the bed contentedly. He said, "This is not the excitement of a breakthrough, but the happiness of a sensible child." Then, is their guess okay? It's okay. Zhou Chonglu said, just let them go in the direction of their guess. The road that should be paved has been paved. In the future, let's see how far these two can go by themselves. Wu Yuting snuggled in Zhou Chonglu's arms. She only felt that she was so happy. Her son and daughter were so sensible and talented, and her husband was so gentle and considerate. Suddenly, she felt that she had reached the peak of her life. What else could she ask for? She couldn't help murmuring, "It's so good." The long road, I suddenly feel that it's really good to live like this for the rest of my life. Zhou Chonglu smiled and held her arm a little tighter. He sighed and said, "Isn't it good? Perhaps these few decades will be the time when the two of us will truly enjoy life. Enjoy life. Enjoy life." Zhou Xiaonian had been back and forth these days. She was so busy that she had to go to Star Shield to take care of her master. She also had to deal with the Meng siblings. She came back late at night. She was exhausted. This time, Mu Yanyan was seriously injured. The physical injury was not a big deal. The most important thing was the heartache. The second senior brother, whom she had a good relationship with and took care of, turned out to be a spy of the Umno Alliance. This hit her directly to the heart. Her other 3 senior brothers also became silent and worried. Meng Qinyu and Zhou Xiaonian kept visiting, which made Mu Yanyan feel even more complicated. On one hand, she felt comforted when she saw Zhou Xiaonian. On the other hand, she felt disappointed and disgusted when she saw Meng Qinyu. Every time she saw Meng Qinyu, Mu Yanyan couldn't help but think of her second senior brother. They were the same. The disguise was good. Mu Yanyan, who really didn't want to see Meng Qinyu, simply ordered Meng Qinyu to go back and cultivate. She shouldn't visit if there was nothing important. This matter swept the whole Phoenix City in an instant. Including the Meng family and the Ning family, they had to be carefully investigated by Star Shield. Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to visit Qin Fangyang, but he was sternly refused by Qin Fangyang. I won't die. The only thing you need to do now is to practice hard. Suppress the accumulation. When you come back, if I don't see great progress, I will break your legs. When Zhou Xiaoyan went home and reported Qin Fangyang's words, she didn't hide her gloating. Dog, you need to be careful of your dog's legs. If you don't make great progress, Teacher Qin will break your legs. Zhou Xiaoduo was stubborn. TSK, I've made great progress, okay? You don't even know how much progress I've made. A mere great progress is nothing. In fact, he had begun to panic. He hadn't had the feeling of a breakthrough for 2 days. Could it be that the 3 drops of cooling power were really that effective? That change. It was like expanding a lake into a sea. No matter how hard he tried to absorb spiritual energy, he couldn't fill it up. This situation was completely different from before. Now I have only accumulated 25 times. I'm still a dozen times away from surpassing Nian Nian Mao. This kind of progress really can't be considered great. Zhou Xiaoduo was worried. What should he do? That afternoon, Zhou Xiaoduo absorbed more than 40 mid-grade astral souls jade, but the capacity of his dantian was still not used up. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In Zhou Xiaoduo's record. A record quietly changed to 27 days to go before Nian Nian Mao's breakthrough. In the past few days, Zhou Xiaoduo's fortune-telling business had become more and more popular. Especially after a few people came back to thank him a few days ago, Master Zhuo's reputation had taken another step forward. He was like the sun in the sky. It was too accurate. After 7 days, Zhou Xiaoduo's fortune-telling income had reached a terrifying 5 million. This time, Master Zhuo was completely arrogant. When he got home, he actually started to pay his family, the kind that was blatant. Dad, this is your salary for the past few days. 2 million. Mom, this is your salary for the past few days. 2 million. Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely rich. Nian Nian Mao, come and get your salary. Hee hee. Zhou Xiaoyan pinned Zhou Xiaoduo on the sofa with a backhand move. She twisted his hands and kneed him in the back. Then, she slowly took Zhou Xiaoduo's entire card. What's the password? Zhou Xiaoyan asked. Don't even think about it. Zhou Xiaoduo would rather die than surrender. Just give me the password and I'll take care of it for you. Don't even think about it. Are you going to give it to me or not? No. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo showed a never-before-seen stubbornness. Regardless of Zhou Xiaoyan's torture, threats, and promises, he was still unyielding. You want my life? Easy. You want my money? Impossible. When it came to the sovereignty of one's life, Zhou Xiaoduo would not give in. Zhou Xiaoyan, Zhou Xiaonuo cried out. Wu Yuting sighed. She felt that her daughter was really stupid. She wanted a man to hand over the password, but she actually beat him up. She was too inexperienced in life. Her EQ had been dragged down to the bottom. Nian Nian, since Xiaoduo doesn't want to give it to you, then forget it. What you're doing is wrong. Wu Yuting hinted with a double meaning. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and let go of Zhou Xiaoduo. She asked in a low voice, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give it to me or not? No. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. He stomped his feet. His tone was firm and resolute. There was no room for discussion. Forget it if you don't want to give it to me. Zhou Xiaoyan said in a lonely voice. She said lightly, it's not like I don't have money. Why do I need you to give me a salary? After that, she turned around and went back to eat. Zhou Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief and went back to eat as well. Sui Xiaoyan had only eaten 2 mouthfuls when her eyes suddenly turned red. Tears fell from her eyes. Sui Xiaoduo was shocked when he saw this. His heart suddenly thumped. All that was left in him was heartache. Sui Xiaoyan ate 2 more mouthfuls. Her eyes turned even redder, and her tears fell directly. Sui Xiaoduo could not sit still. He hurriedly leaned over and whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Sui Xiaoyan ignored him completely. She twisted her waist and turned her head. Suddenly, she covered her face and started sobbing. "Why? Are you crying?" Sui Xiaoduo was anxious. "What's going on?" Sui Xiaoyan just ignored him. She cried harder and harder. More and more tears fell. Sui Xiaoduo said tentatively, "It's not like I can't give you my password. If you really want it." He thought to himself, "If you want my password, I'll definitely not give it to you." Sui Xiaoyan just cried and completely ignored him. She did not even talk about the password. In the end, she just put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. After a long time, she stood up and quietly walked to her room. Sui Xiaoduo was stunned. "You're not eating." Sui Xiaoyan acted as if she did not hear him. She walked into her room and slammed the door. Sui Xiaoduo was restless. He was only half full, but he felt like he could not eat anymore. He said anxiously, "Dad, Mom, look." "What's wrong?" Sui Chonglu rolled his eyes and did not say anything. Wu Yuding sighed and said, "You brat, what you did today was too out of line. Your sister Nian Nian's background is pitiful. You gave us money so openly and said it was salary. You must have reminded her of something sad." Sigh, poor child. Sui Xiaoduo's heart suddenly ached. Yes, Nian Nian was so pitiful. Even the scabbard was twice as thin as an ordinary scabbard. The main material of this sword is true gold above clouds. It's 3 feet long and weighs 434 grams. In terms of sharpness, it can be called the best sword in the world. This was Wu Tiejiang's evaluation of the sword. The best sword in the world. When Sui Chonglu brought the 2 swords home, Sui Xiaoyan and Sui Xiaoduo almost went crazy when they saw them. "These are the swords for both of you. Give each of them a name you like," Sui Chonglu said with a smile. "Okay. Does it sound bad to call my sword Doggy's sword?" Sui Xiaoyan frowned and couldn't quite make up her mind. Sui Xiaoduo sighed. "It definitely doesn't sound good, right? A girl's sword is called Doggy's sword. What are you thinking? There's something wrong with your brain." Sui Xiaoyan racked her brains. Doggy's sword. Doggy's sword. Doggy's sword. Doggy's sword. No, no. Wu Yuding said from the side, "How about Spirit Snatcher's sword? It has the homonym of Xiao Duo's name and the spirit of the goddess of spiritual thoughts. I think it's pretty good. Spirit Snatcher's spirit, and the names of the 2 are combined. Spirit Snatcher's sword. Spirit Snatcher's sword." Sui Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she read. Good name, good name. Thank you, Mom." Thus, the name of the sword was decided. Spirit Snatcher's sword. At the moment of naming the sword, Sui Xiaoyan gently cut her wrist with the sword edge. Blood immediately gushed out and slowly poured into the sword. A ray of blood flowed on the sword for a moment. Suddenly, smoke rose and disappeared. On the sword, there were 2 more words faintly. Spirit Snatcher. The divine sword recognized its master. After recognizing its master, the dazzling light overflowing from the sword began to slowly disappear. In the end, it disappeared completely. Then what should I call my sword? Sua Xiaoduo said, "This sword is light and thin, exquisite, sharp, and beautiful. It's very uncomfortable to be hit by it. It's either bleeding or losing your life. It's very dangerous. It's dangerous and elegant. Just like an elegant cat." Sua Xiaoduo said, "Why don't I call my sword the cat sword?" Sua Xiaoduo said proudly, "The spirit of the goddess of spiritual thoughts and the cat of the cat." How nice. Sua Xiaonian was furious. Sua Xiaoduo. You. But it was too late. The moment Sua Xiaoduo finished speaking, he immediately cut his wrist. Blood gushed out. Then, two small words appeared on the sword, "Cat sword." Sua Xiaonian was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. "Let's go. I'll bring you out to practice." Sua Xiaonian dragged Sua Xiaoduo out. For the entire night, Sua Xiaoduo was almost beaten into a sack by Sua Xiaonian. However, the name Spirit Cat Sword was an unchangeable fact. Regarding this, Sua Xiaoduo expressed that he was willing to be drilled. During this period of time, the number of meetings at Meng's headquarters increased. Too many things have happened in the past 8 days. Meng Qintian's face was extremely gloomy. His previous handsome and elegant demeanor was almost gone. On the second day, the warehouse in the Jing City branch caught on fire. All the goods were destroyed. On the same night, the 40 carts of goods that the Kaizhou branch was transporting to the city were attacked by star beasts. None of the elites that accompanied them survived. On the third day, the general manager of the Yuzhou branch had a stroke and died. The finance manager and a few accountants ran away with the money. They were ambushed on the way and died. However, they could not recover the money that they lost. On the fourth day, 7 branches were attacked at the same time. They were either killed, caught on fire, or met with thieves. One of the branches was sealed by the government. They were not allowed to open their doors. All the goods inside were confiscated. What do you mean by Zhao's phoenix vein? This is a big move that has been gestating for tens of thousands of years. Compared to the phoenix vein, 1 or 2 of your clans are the ones who are insignificant and extremely shallow. 1 or 2 clans were insignificant compared to the phoenix vein. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were speechless for a long time. The 2 clans were related to the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. How was it extremely shallow? Was it really insignificant? Meng Tianyue's face was gloomy as she muttered, "Speaking of breaking this feng shui layout, there are ways to go about it." The other party changed the flow of the water because they want to protect the spiritual thought goddess and let the phoenix pulse succeed. In other words, as long as the spiritual thought goddess is killed, this layout will be broken. Meng Tianyue said coldly, "With the strength of our 2 clans, killing the spiritual thought goddess is not a big deal." Meng Qintian immediately objected. No. No. The 2 clan leaders turned their heads at the same time and blurted out in surprise. They could not move the feng shui layout, but they could not kill the spiritual thought goddess. How could they do that? Of course not. The spiritual thought goddess is the key figure in this phoenix pulse soul cleansing. She can't die. She must die, but she must die on the day of the phoenix pulse soul cleansing. We can only kill her when the phoenix pulse soul cleansing happens. If we act in advance, the phoenix pulse soul cleansing will go into hibernation with the death of the spiritual thought goddess. We can't take this risk no matter what. Meng Qintian said sternly, "We've been planning for decades just for this day. Who dares to kill the spiritual thought goddess before the phoenix pulse soul cleansing happens?" Ning Suifeng said coldly, "But I don't care about these decades of planning. The current crisis of the Ning clan is the most important thing. It's something I have to face. Clan leader Ning wants to try." Meng Qiantian stood up slowly and looked at Ning Suifeng like a viper. Ning Suifeng's face showed anger, and he glared at Meng Qiantian. Meng Tianyue hurriedly interrupted and said, "The two clans are facing a crisis together. We should work together and help each other. Why do we have to fight against each other? Let's think of other ways to deal with the crisis. Isn't there a rumor recently that Zhuo Xiaoduo has been telling fortunes at the gate of second middle school every day, and the response is extremely enthusiastic? This kid was just an ordinary person before. How did he suddenly become so proficient in this field? Could it be that he was the one who set up this layout? Other than him, I can't think of anyone else. If He Yuanyue wanted to destroy it, she could have done it decades ago. There's no need to wait until today." Meng Qiantian said gloomily, "Maybe we have always underestimated this little guy. I didn't expect this little guy to be the biggest troublemaker in this game." Ning Suifeng grinned and said, "We can't kill the spiritual thought goddess, but can't we kill Zhuo Xiaoduo?" Meng Qiantian sneered and said, "Kill Zhuo Xiaoduo. Now, everything is almost clear. The defeat of our two clans is most likely set up by Zhuo Xiaoduo. And other than him, no one else will know more about this game. If you kill him, who will be the one to break this trap?" Ning Suifeng was furious. "We can't kill the spiritual thought goddess, Zhuo Xiaoduo, and Feng Shui can't be broken. Are we just going to wait for death? Tomorrow morning," Meng Qiantian said lightly, "I'll go and find Zhuo Xiaoduo to test it out. And that little girl from the Bai clan, ask her to give up. Even if her clan gets the benefits for free, we can't do anything for the time being. Previously, we wanted to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo, so we could do it. But now, Zhuo Xiaoduo can't die for the time being. Give up. Immediately." His sharp eyes flashed past Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng. "I've already explained the pros and cons. The two of you, please don't act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences will be worse. I've already said this." Meng Tianyue's face darkened, but she didn't say anything. Ning Suifeng grunted coldly before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Meng Qiantian's eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Ning Suifeng's back. The hostility in his eyes could no longer be controlled. "Qiantian," Meng Tianyue said softly, "can you think of a way to protect the Meng clan?" Meng Qiantian nodded slowly and said, "Protecting the Meng clan is a must. But you must remember, no matter what, you can't do anything to the spiritual thought goddess." "I know." Zhuo Changlu opened the door as usual in the early morning. Not long after, Blind Hong came. "Old Zhuo, is the child here?" Blind Hong's voice sounded unusually panicked. Zhuo Changlu looked back and couldn't help but be shocked. "Old Hong, what happened to you?" Blind Hong's whole body was in a shriveled state. More than half of the hair on his head had fallen off. Even the exposed part of his scalp was covered with lifeless age spots. He looked as if he was going to close his eyes and die in the next moment. Zhuo Changlu was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What the fuck? Did I give him a life-prolonging pill or poison to take his life? He had clearly eaten a priceless life-continuing pill not long ago. Although the effects of the pill had been greatly reduced and he had even lost a portion of it, it was still not a problem for him to live for a few more decades. But now, why did he look so much older than when he had not taken the pill? What the fuck? Don't mention it, this is fate. Blind Hong's face was haggard. He looked very depressed and said, "Heaven's way of reincarnation, my retribution has come." Retribution? Zhuo Changlu was a little puzzled. When I first came to Phoenix City, I was already being watched. Then, he offered me a huge sum of money to let me see the trend of Phoenix City's earth veins. He said that I must find something. Because he felt that there was a big secret hidden in Phoenix City. Back then, on one hand, I was forced by the other party's force. On the other hand, because of the 3 words big secret, my curiosity was aroused. After looking around, I found that there was actually a hidden phoenix vein in this place. And it was a phoenix vein that was about to be born. At that time, after I confirmed this result, I was quite frightened. This was the arrangement of heaven's way, and it was related to the fate of this world. I was just a chi diviner. Wouldn't I be offending heaven's power if I took a peek? But I had already received a huge sum of money from the other party and formed karma. Moreover, there was a threat to my life. How could I not say it? How could I not say it? So I said it. At that time, I was still thinking that with the heavenly fate vitality replenishing technique that I cultivated, even if I lost some of my lifespan this time, I would be able to recover it. Chapter 222. But in the end, I underestimated the backlash of angering the heavenly might. When I told the whole story, the backlash of the heavenly way descended. Not only did it extract half of my lifespan, but it also directly crippled my heavenly fate energy supplement technique. Even 70 to 80% of my Taoist foundation was destroyed. Blind Hong sighed with melancholy. From then on, I already knew that I had revealed too much of the heavenly way this time. I had greatly angered the heavenly way. And more than 20 years ago, I looked at the feng shui for the Meng family and the Ning family. The original intention of these 2 families was to welcome the birth of the phoenix soul. However, the moment the phoenix soul appeared in the world was the moment I was completely punished for participating in the scheme against the phoenix soul. Naturally, I didn't want to see it. But when I thought of the fury of the heavenly way and the power of the backlash of the heavenly way, it still made me feel lingering fear. However, it also aroused my rebellious heart. Since I was destined to rebel, I thought that if I did the opposite, I might be able to have a happy ending. But I didn't expect that after I saw it, both my eyes were blinded. But under my guidance, the feng shui of the Ning family and the Meng family had already taken shape and embarked on the path of leading the phoenix to extinguish the wind. But recently, I don't know who not only saw through my layout, but also used the foundation of the feng shui that I had set up to take advantage of the situation. He went against death and came back to life. He completely reversed the foundation of the array. Blind Hong pursed his lips and sighed. The person who reversed the layout has a clever mind. The size of the layout, the viciousness of his thinking, the secrecy of the layout, and the ruthlessness of his actions. I have never seen anything like this in my life. We are all people who set up the layout. My layout was broken by him, and what he broke was a layout that went against the heavenly way. As the person who set up the layout, I naturally bear the brunt of the backlash. Blind Hong sighed. This is all fate. Old Zhua. This is probably the so-called the will of the heavenly way cannot be defied. It's true. You changed the things that the heavenly way had set up. It said that man can conquer the heavenly way. But no matter how much time has passed, he can still twist it back to its original path. And the time, the experience, the fate that was reversed will all turn into a backlash. Blind Hong's expression was bleak. In these short 7 to 8 days, I can feel that my life is rapidly being sucked away. Tears appeared in Blind's eyes. I don't even dare to sleep now. Old Zhua. Can you imagine? When I wake up from my sleep, I'll lose at least 10 years of my life. Zhua Chonglu's mouth twitched. A few days ago, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian had been talking about changing their fates at home. They had asked Mu Yanyan and the others to help them. Although Zhua Chonglu only knew the general idea, he knew the reason behind it. He had painstakingly begged for the life-continuing pill and gave it to the blind man, hoping that it would increase his lifespan by 100 years. In the end, his son only used 7 or 8 days to suck away all of the lifespan that the blind man had painstakingly increased, and even more. For a moment, Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but recall what Blind Hong had said earlier: heavens will cannot be defied. Could it be that heavens will really cannot be defied? No matter how hard one tried, there would always be other accidents that would disrupt one's well-planned plans, erase all of one's efforts, and return everything to its original path. You. How are you now? Zhuo Changlu felt that he didn't know how to speak anymore. Now. Blind Hong laughed bitterly and said, my lifespan is really running out this time. And the backlash this time is so severe that I have never seen it before. In this lifetime, I have become a Qi diviner and come to Phoenix City to observe the feng shui. This is definitely the biggest mistake I have ever made in my life. And the most unlucky thing of all. Heavens will reincarnate. Today, it's my turn. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, it's just that it's not the time yet. This Phoenix City's feng shui was originally following the will of the heavens, but I forcefully changed it to defy the will of the heavens. Later on, it was reversed by someone else. The cause and effect of this is something that I cannot bear alone. Too much for me to bear. What does that mean? It means that this karma will fall upon my reincarnation. Blind Hong stomped his feet and sighed. I will have to bear this backlash for the rest of my life, and I don't know when it will end. At the very least, I will have to bear it until a long time after the heavenly Tao is formed. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Changlu's eyes lit up. This? What do you mean? I don't know the specifics. The only thing I can be sure of is that this time, the backlash from the primordial soul on the true spirit linking karma is destined to happen, and it can't be avoided. Blind Hong wanted to cry but had no tears. Although I don't know what my next life will be, I can tell you now. In my next life, I will have to repay the debt of this life. Until I have done so. What do you think this is? Zhuo Changlu didn't understand. Then why did you come to see my son? Blind Hong grabbed Zhuo Zhanglu's hand and said softly, Brother Zhuo, you've helped me a lot in this life. You've taken care of me a lot. If it weren't for the beneficial spiritual tea you gave me that day and replenished my lifespan, I would have died a long time ago. However, I, Blind Hong, haven't given you anything in return. How can I be so thick-skinned as to say that you're my brother? The only thing I can do is to look into the future for your descendant. With my spirit as a guide, I can look into his future. This is also the last thing I can do for you in this life. If I die with so much debt, I, Blind Hong, will not die in peace. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he made up his mind and made an important decision. Blind, how much longer do you have? Not much longer. Blind Hong said sadly, I, Blind Hong, am all alone in this life. I intend to deceive the heavens and steal from the world. It is only natural that I will be punished by the heavens. I have no complaints, and I have nothing to worry about. The only thing I care about is your brother, old Zhuo. All alone in this life. All alone in this life. Zhuo Changlu murmured. Then, he said, have a sip of tea here and rest your mind. I will call that little guy to come. He will let Brother Hong fulfill your last wish and pass away in peace. He grabbed Blind Hong's hand. Brother, you and I have been friends all our lives. You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. You must remember. I am only here because your surname is Hong. You are Blind Hong. And you are here because my surname is Zhuo. We are like-minded. There is nothing else. Like-minded. Blind Hong choked with sobs. Thank you. Zhou Chonglu took out his phone and called Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo was about to enter the gravity room when he received the call. It was common for Mother Zhou and Zhou Xiaonian to call him. However, it was extremely rare for Father Zhou to call him. He did not know what had happened, so he rushed over in a hurry. It did not take him more than a few minutes to step into Zhou Chonglu's astral soul stone shop. Father, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Zhou Xiaoduo thought it was something big, but when he came over to take a look, he saw Zhou Zhonglu sitting leisurely with Blind Hong and drinking tea. He couldn't help but feel surprised. What was going on? This is your Uncle Hong. You have met him before. However, we were in a hurry last time and did not have the time to formally introduce you. This time, I will make up for it. Zhou Chonglu said solemnly, your Uncle Hong is the #1 Qi Watcher in Phoenix City. At the same time, he is also the #1 Qi Watcher in the Central Plains. He called you here because he wants to read your fate. Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo did not know what was going on. He hurriedly bowed. Hello, Uncle Hong. Good. Blind Hong smiled kindly. You are Zhou Xiaoduo. Good child. Child, come here. Sit here and don't move. Blind Hong placed a small stool 3 feet in front of him. Okay. At this moment, Blind Hong completely closed his 2 blind eyes. His entire body was like a piece of rotten wood. There was no sign of life in him at all. However, just when Zhou Xiaoduo could not sit still anymore, a green light suddenly flashed from Blind Hong's forehead on his wrinkled face. After a while, the green light formed an illusory object that looked like an eye on his forehead. As far as the eye could see, it was more like an eye formed by a cloud of fog. Blind Hong's voice sounded faintly. Old Zhou, this is the last step of my true spirit aura observation technique. It has never been activated or used before. True Spirit Aura Observation Technique. All Qi Watchers who cultivate the True Spirit Aura Observation Technique only have one chance to use it in their lives. From now on, you must remember every word that I say. Zhou Chonglu's expression became serious. The hazy eye formed by the fog suddenly opened and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's face. The moment he looked at it, Blind Hong's face was full of shock and astonishment. In his illusory eye, he clearly saw a cloud of green qi and a cloud of purple qi intertwining with each other and rushing straight toward the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Dragons hide and phoenixes soar in a corner, wind and cloud soar together in one night. With a flip of my hand, I picked up the tears of 1,000 souls and stepped out of the white bone peak, seeking Tao. The mortal world has no master. But once the phoenix cries, the central plains will turn red, torrential waves of blood connect the land, and ghosts will shock heaven and earth for thousands of miles. Heterodox demons walk the path of wind and clouds, and drink green blood toward the sky. Sweeping away all the obstacles in front, and hammering the central plains and eastern pass, Fangyang's purple soul soars into the sky, and his eyes are filled with murderous intent. At the intersection of firmness and softness, true emotions and true nature, not believing in the yin and yang of the human world, he coldly looks at the mortal world and breaks through the northern underworld. A thought always stays in his heart, and 2 feelings depend on each other in the 9 heavens, never. Believing that the heavens have a master, he hammered the sun and moon towards the east. Monstrous waves of blood rise with one hand, and bones are everywhere. 1 foot is empty. This life is endless. Blind Hong's expression became more and more serious, surprised and shocked. However, every word that came out of his mouth was still clear and calm. However, just as he said the words "this life is endless," he suddenly gurgled in his throat and his eyes bulged out in anger. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for subscriptions. Begging for recommendation votes. Brothers, help heterodox. Chapter 223. Blind Hong's old face flushed red. Then, the eyes formed by the smoke suddenly disappeared without a trace. With a puff, Blind Hong spat out a big mouthful of blood. His entire body fell from the sky. He was still unconscious. His whole body was twitching non-stop. Gurgling sounds came from his throat. He couldn't catch his breath and was about to die. Zhua Zhonglu reacted quickly and supported Blind Hong's body. Then, he threw an elixir into Blind Hong's mouth. After that, he brought over the 3,000-year-old ginseng tea that he had brewed earlier. Then, he poured the tea directly into Blind Hong's mouth. Then, he started to push Blind Hong's blood. "Come and help me too." Zhua Zhonglu was obviously afraid that he wouldn't be able to activate the blood vessels with his own strength. He hurriedly called out to Zhua Xiaoduo. "Oh, okay." Zhua Xiaoduo was also anxious. "This old blind man, he just read my fortune. Why is he going to die? Does that mean I'm the one who caused his death? What the hell? This was simply a black pot that fell from the sky." The father and son were busy for a full 15 minutes before Blind Hong finally woke up. However, he was already on the verge of death. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He smacked his lips and laughed bitterly. "Old Zhua, you've wasted good things for me again. It's useless. Today is the day I die." Zhua Zhonglu let out a long sigh. "Old Hong, hang in there." "I can't hang in there anymore." Blind Hong smiled weakly and said, "Under the effect of the true soul aura examination technique, I don't know anything. You just have to remember everything I said just now." "Do you remember everything?" Got it. Zhua Zhonglu nodded deeply. Blind Hong nodded and smiled comfortingly. Then, he said helplessly, "Old Zhua, it seems that I still have to trouble you for my funeral. But there's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't have any children, nor do I have any ancestral graves. You can just wrap my stinky skin up and find a coffin to bury me. I've already thought of a grave. It's at..." Zhua Zhonglu held Blind Hong's hand and said, "Brother Hong, you have no children. It's your business that you don't have an ancestral grave. We're brothers. I, Zhua Zhonglu, can't let you go on your last journey in a miserable state." Blind Hong smiled bitterly. "This is heaven's will." Zhua Zhonglu thought for a while and said, "Blind man, since you are willing to risk your life to see the fate of my son, then this brat owes you a life." He thought carefully. He paced a few steps and looked up at the sky. Complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "I'll let Xiao Duo send you off and open the gate of Yin Yang for you." Blind Hong's body suddenly shook. His face showed extreme surprise. Then, he shook his head slowly. "Old Zhua, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to let the child have another karma?" Zhua Zhonglu said firmly, "This is what I should do." Then, he said, "Xiao Duo, kneel down. Kowtow to your godfather." Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this order. I have a godfather now. And a godfather who is about to die. But he didn't dare to disobey his father. He knelt down obediently and kowtowed a few times. He called, "Godfather." Blind Hong was emotional. Hot tears gushed out of his dry eyes. "Good boy. Good boy. It's just that you've been wronged. It's just that." He said with a trembling voice, "Old Zhua. I didn't give the child a greeting gift. I feel guilty." Zhua Chonglu said, "Rest well. there's no need to talk about a greeting gift. Blind Hong smiled contentedly and said weakly, I, Blind Hong, have been lonely all my life. I have no one to rely on. I have no children. I didn't expect that before I die, I would have a godson with a bright future. Old Swa, I'm grateful to you. He coughed a few times and said, the books I stored with you before, and my natal ring. I'll give them to Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo. I don't have much ability, and I don't have any legacy to leave you. You also know about Qi observation. But don't learn my real spiritual Qi observation technique. My natal ring. Ever since the foundation of my cultivation was destroyed and my divine sense was crippled, I couldn't even open it myself. There are some small things in there. There are many cultivation techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, hammer techniques. It's just a pity that I'm too useless. Ever since my cultivation was crippled, I couldn't practice anything. When he said this, his eyes suddenly popped out, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was struggling, Blind Hong suddenly straightened up. He pointed at the sky and said sternly, in my next life, I'll go against your heaven. After he said this, he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Mouthfuls of blood kept spurting out. However, he was no longer breathing. Blind Hong died just like that. Looking at Blind Hong's corpse, Swa Chonglu's eyes were deep. He sighed softly. After a very, very long time, he stretched out his hand and gently closed Blind Hong's eyelids. He muttered, Brother Hong, you and I have known each other for a long time. In the heavens and on the earth, in this life and in the next. Now that I am leaving, I will be extremely lonely. He turned his head and looked at Swa Xiaoduo. He said, I'll contact the morning hall for everything. Tomorrow, we'll send your godfather off. Swa Xiaoduo was puzzled. He said, Dad, this is your godfather. Swa Chonglu's eyes narrowed. He said softly, Son, you must remember your godfather. Swa Xiaoduo nodded his head in confusion. He didn't understand the meaning behind Swa Chonglu's words at all. Swa Chonglu covered Blind Hong's corpse with a piece of white cloth. At this moment, a dark ring on Blind Hong's finger suddenly lit up. Then, it became somewhat illusory. It seemed that this ring was going to disappear along with Blind Hong's life. However, this illusory state only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Then, it slowly floated down from Blind Hong's finger and stopped in midair. It flickered on and off again. It seemed that it could disappear at any time. Swa Chonglu reached out his hand to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. It seemed that the ring didn't exist. Swa Chonglu looked extremely surprised. He paused for a moment before saying, Xiao Duo, I can't touch this ring. It's probably the ring that your godfather left for you. Try to take it and put it on your finger. Oh. Swa Xiaoduo reached out his hand and grabbed the ring. Somehow, the ring that Swa Chonglu couldn't grab with his hand solidified as soon as Swa Xiaoduo reached out his hand. It fell into Swa Xiaoduo's palm. It was cold to the touch. Which finger should I wear? Swa Xiaoduo held the ring in one hand and looked at his finger. I can't wear the index finger, right? The ring finger isn't used for this. Then. The pinky. Swa Xiaoduo murmured. Swa Chonglu rolled his eyes. It's up to you. Swa Xiaoduo casually put the ring on his pinky. The moment the ring was put on Swa Xiaoduo's pinky, the ring suddenly began to tighten slowly and firmly around Swa Xiaoduo's pinky. Then, Swa Xiaoduo felt a pain in his finger. It was as if there were a few thorns sticking out of the ring and piercing deep into the flesh of Swa Xiaoduo's pinky. He trembled in pain. Blood instantly seeped out and flowed into the ring, dyeing the entire ring red. After a while, the color of the ring that had turned completely red slowly faded and turned into an ordinary grayish-white ring. Then, even the grayish-white ring disappeared. The father and son looked at each other. Swaxiaoduo's pinky was empty. It's gone. Swaxiaoduo's eyes widened. Don't be surprised. Try to think about that ring. Zhuo Chonglu's face returned to calmness, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Swaxiaoduo thought for a while and kept muttering, ring, ring. The grayish-white ring appeared and quietly appeared on his finger. Wow, that's amazing. This time, Swaxiaoduo was completely shocked. In the future, if you want to use the things inside, you don't need to make the ring appear. Just communicate with your mind. Zhuo Chonglu was very happy. He couldn't help but sigh. I never thought. This ring is actually a life ring. Life. What does a life ring mean? Swaxiaoduo asked. Well, when you have more experience in the future, you will naturally know. Zhuo Chonglu obviously didn't want to explain more. Instead, he patted Swaxiaoduo's shoulder excitedly. You just need to know that you have made a fortune this time. Made a fortune? Swaxiaoduo was suspicious. Just this ring. What do you know? You don't know, you don't know. Zhuo Chonglu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if he should say that fortune favors fools. Anyway, he never thought that Blind Hong would leave this ring to Swaxiaoduo. It was no wonder that before Blind Hong died, he had emphasized, natal. Swaxiaoduo was thinking about opening the ring to see what was inside and how he had made a fortune. However, he realized that he couldn't open this inconspicuous ring. Dad, I can't open this ring either. You haven't even condensed your mind and you want to open this ring. What kind of dream are you having? Zhuo Chonglu said, this is a spiritual ring, you can't open it in such a short time. Oh. Swaxiaoduo didn't quite understand. At this moment, the door curtain was lifted. Wu Taijiang walked in and saw Blind Hong's corpse covered with a white cloth. His burly body trembled. Brother Zhuo. Isn't this Hong? It's him. Zhuo Chonglu sighed sadly. He's gone. Hearing the bad news, Wu Taijiang felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. His eyes were filled with stars as he gasped for air. Finally, he couldn't help but curse, how could this old bastard die so early? Zhuo Chonglu's eyes were unprecedentedly stern as he stared at blacksmith Wu. Wu Taijiang sat down, his face full of confusion. I saw him just now. Moreover. How could he die just like that? And he died here. Wu Taijiang simply couldn't understand. He pulled his hair and said, damn. This is too sudden, isn't it? I saw a dead man the moment I came in, and it was him. This is really fucking. Chapter 224. Zhuo Zhonglu couldn't express his bitterness. He couldn't possibly say that they had already succeeded in prolonging Blind Hong's life, but he met his son, who set up a trap and broke Blind Hong's trap, causing Blind Hong to suffer a backlash and leave in advance that he couldn't say that, okay? The implications were even greater. However, the process of this matter was so complicated that it was extremely strange. Especially when it came so suddenly, they were completely unprepared and were completely caught off guard. You go to school first. Zhuo Chonglu said to Swaxiaoduo, don't forget to come and send your godfather off tomorrow. Okay, I know. Swaxiaoduo left. Hearing this, Wu Taijiang's entire body stiffened. Even after Swaxiaoduo had left, he was still standing there stiffly. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were dull. His eyeballs were hanging out of their sockets. What's wrong? Zhuo Chonglu frowned. Who are you trying to impress by showing such an idiotic behavior? Godfather. Godfather. Wu Tiejiang's expression was as if he had eaten feces. Godfather, what's going on? Don't call me Godfather. Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes. You mean, you let Xiao Duo become Blind Hong's godfather? Wu Tiejiang's tone was full of disbelief. Why, do you have a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that. After all, this is your business. But this. I feel weird. Wu Taijiang said, I can't be sure if I don't ask more. Zhuo Chonglu said indifferently, I naturally have my own considerations. He said meaningfully, the most important thing right now is to bury this lord in peace. That's how it should be. Wu Taijiang stepped forward and bowed. He muttered, speaking of this blind Hong, he's still worthy of my bow. However, your schemes are too deep. I know I can't understand it, and I don't want to know. In the future, don't let me hear or see you. I'm just a blacksmith, okay? Zhuo Chonglu snorted. Do you think I want you to hear that? Want you to see? Wasn't it because you were so curious that you came in directly? Who let you in? Is it me? Is it Xiao Duo? Wu Taijiang scratched his head. You may leave. Zhuo Chonglu said bleakly, I still want to talk to the blind man. Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuo Chonglu's bleak face and said worriedly, Brother Zhuo, it's not my place to say this, but you're both rivals. Everything that's happening now is just a coincidence. Don't get yourself involved and let your heart be clouded. Zhuo Zhonglu sighed softly, waved his hand, and said in disappointment, for a lifetime, for a lifetime. Wu Taijiang sighed and left obediently. Wait. Suddenly, he was stopped by Zhuo Chonglu. What's the matter? This guy. If I remember correctly, his natal weapon was a hammer technique. Zhuo Chonglu's eyes were shining. He was also shocked. Yes, he used 2 hammers to smash the sky red. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was the nightmare of almost the entire astral souls. Have you forgotten? Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuo Chonglu in surprise. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and jumped up with a bang sound. He let out a strange cry, hammer technique. Zhuo Chonglu's mouth twitched. Wu Tiejiang's mouth also twitched. They looked at each other and saw the strange expression on each other's face. Is this God's will? Zhuo Chonglu remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had been aiming for the hammer from the beginning. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Wu Taijiang felt his lips and throat dry. He licked his lips and said dryly, He left the hammer technique. Zhuo Chonglu nodded slowly. I think so. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He thought of the 2 hammers that were destined to be earth-shattering in the future. Then, he thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo becoming Blind Hong's godfather. Then, he thought of the hammer technique. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Zhuo Zhonglu seemed to be in a bit of a daze as he asked, Did you experience his hammer back then? Brother Zhuo, you really think highly of me. Wu Taijiang pursed his lips and said, If I had experienced his hammers before, would I still be here forging for you? Taijiang, Zhuo Chonglu said thoughtfully, you really have to do it again. Fuck. What for? Wu Tiejiang's face turned green. Why did he have to do it again? Hammer technique. Zhuo Chonglu frowned and said, I'm not good at using hammers. I hate it. Therefore, I don't have the hammer technique. However, Xiao Duo can't practice without it. Isn't the hammer technique ready-made? Wu Taijiang pointed at Blind Hong's corpse. That's recognized as the best hammer technique in the world. Use your poor brain and think about it. Can this hammer technique be exposed? Zhou Chonglu said angrily, once it's exposed, Xiao Duo's enemy will be the whole world. In the entire astral souls, which family's ancestors haven't been smashed to death by this bastard? Wu Taijiang came to a realization. That's a problem. Therefore, Xiao Duo's hammer technique can't be limited to only this family. Moreover, his hammer technique is too vicious. Since ancient times, those who fought with him were all smashed into ashes. His sin of killing is too great. Zhou Chonglu pondered and said, pick out some hammer techniques that I like. 7 or 8 will do. 7 or 8. Wu Tiejiang's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Even his voice changed. 7 or 8 that you like. Just kill me. In the whole world, there are no more than 6 hammer techniques that you like, including the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. You want 7 or 8? Do as you deem fit. Zhou Chonglu played it down. Just send them to me when you receive them. If you don't contact me for the time being, use your hammer technique to practice first. Wu Taijiang jumped high. This is the storm hammer of 8 directions. Not a hammer. You dare to jump high in front of me? Zhou Chonglu squinted his eyes. Wu Taijiang immediately bowed and smiled apologetically. Brother Zhou, you're so cool. Alright, you can leave now. Zhou Chonglu reminded him, only the heavens and the earth will know about this. Only you and I know. I understand, Brother Zhou. Wu Taijiang nodded repeatedly. Scram. I want to talk to Old Hong. Okay. Wu Taijiang left. Zhou Chonglu stood in front of Blind Hong's corpse with his hands clasped behind his back. He said softly, Blind, Old Hong, others might feel weird when they see me talking, but I know you won't. You can hear me. Actually, in this life, I'm just Zhou Chonglu and you're just Blind Hong. Maybe I know more than you and have some calculative heart. But after so many years of friendship, I believe you also know and can feel it. Our friendship isn't an illusion. I wanted to stop you and let you live for a few more years. Of course, it was partly due to my calculations, but more of it was because I hoped that my friend in this life could live for a few more days. But man proposes, God disposes. In the end, you passed away too early. Do you know that your passing has made me feel even more lonely? Now, even if I want to find someone to talk to, there's no one. If I want to find an opponent, there's no one left. Even if I want to scheme against someone, there's no one left. Blind Hong, you left too early, too soon. My original intention was to stop you, but I didn't succeed. Instead, you kept me here, unable to move. Old Hong. You should be proud. As for the final step, I'll let Little Duo acknowledge you as his godfather. You can say that I've schemed against you once, or that I'm fulfilling your last wish. Adding such a layer of karma to you. Old Hong, perhaps you'll be the one thanking me in the future. Brother, rest in peace. We'll be enemies in the next life. Zhou Chonglu poured a glass of wine and gently poured it on the ground. His gaze was focused. In the next life, we'll be enemies again. After pouring a glass of wine, he picked it up and finished it in one gulp. When Meng Qintian arrived at second high, Xiao Duo had stopped his fortune-telling and had entered the gravity room to make up for today's progress. After thinking for a while, Meng Qintian no longer hesitated. He immediately turned and drove in a new direction. I don't know if Blind Hong can come out of the mountain again. However, when he reached Blind Hong's house, it was General Tai who guarded the door. A rotten and decaying aura came from the room. Meng Qintian's heart sank. For a moment, he was at a loss. He simply sat at the door and waited. After a long time, a handsome middle-aged man slowly appeared at the entrance of the alley and walked over. Seeing Meng Qintian at the door, he did not hesitate and continued to walk over. When he reached the door, he said in a gentle voice, "Please make way, I'm going to get something." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the key and opened the door to Blind Hong's room. "You? Who are you?" Meng Qintian was surprised. He had trained himself for many years before he had the self-cultivation and demeanor he had today. But this person didn't look very old. Yet, he had such a graceful demeanor. Everything about him was natural and unrestrained. Such a natural and unrestrained style, he could not compare to him in any aspect. "My surname is Zhua, I'm Blind Hong's best friend." Zhua Changlu looked at him indifferently and said, "You're looking for Blind Hong?" Yes, there is something." For some reason, Meng Qintian felt that he was stuttering in front of this middle-aged man. It was a little unnatural. He even felt a little uneasy, as if he could not let go of anything. It was extremely awkward. "Well, you're late. Blind Hong is dead." Zhua Changlu pushed the door. With a creak, the door opened. He said indifferently, "There's no one here who can help you. I'm here to find some of Blind Hong's belongings and bury them with him." Dead? At this moment, Meng Qintian felt that life was like a dream. The only person who could bypass Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian to solve this problem was dead. How could he be so unlucky? The moment he thought of Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian, Meng Qintian suddenly quivered. He raised his head and said, "Your surname is Zhua Xiaoduo?" Zhua Changlu nodded indifferently. Then, "Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian?" Meng Qintian asked hesitantly. Zhua Changlu said indifferently, "They are my son and daughter." "Why, do you have something to say?" Meng Qintian said, No. He did not know why, but when he faced Zhua Changlu, the only feeling he had was uneasiness. "Yes." Zhua Changlu's voice was indifferent to a certain extent. "Come on, since you're here, come in and do some work. Help me carry these things. These things are too heavy." 2 chapters for today, please vote. Chapter 225. Hearing Zhua Changlu's greeting, Meng Qintian walked over involuntarily. He helped Zhua Changlu carry things and pack things up. He was so busy that he was covered in sweat. After packing everything up, he brought it to Zhua Changlu and waited for him to choose. Zhua Zhanglu looked at them one by one. Finally he picked a dozen or so items, all of which were small odds and ends. He wrapped them in a bundle and said, "You look like a good kid. Help me move these things to the street corner." Hearing this praise, Meng Qintian, who had always prided himself on being calm, suddenly felt unusually excited. He quickly agreed, "Okay." There was a kind of excitement that said, "I can't believe I can be of use to you." It was a very glorious feeling. But as for the specific glory, there was nothing to say. He was speechless. He carried them all the way to the street corner and loaded them into the car. Zhua Changlu got in the car and said, "You can go back." "Well, if there's nothing else, it's better to go back early. The person you're looking for is not here." "Yes, I understand." Meng Qintian repeatedly agreed. He respectfully watched the car leave. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and slapped himself in the face. "Are you crazy?" Meng Qintian asked himself. With a gloomy face, he looked in the direction Zhua Changlu left and muttered, It's not easy to have the opportunity to see Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's father alone. Not only did I not slap him to death, but I also worked for him for the whole afternoon. There was something strange about this matter. Meng Qintian himself could not figure it out. I almost didn't think of Zhuo Xiaoyan just now. It can't be because I'm afraid of her, but because I want to leave a good impression on her father. Could it be that I was bewitched just now? But how could I be bewitched? This is really fucking. Meng Qintian flew up and chased after him at high speed. At this moment, the ferocious flames in his heart surged to the heavens. He wholeheartedly wanted to slap this handsome middle-aged man with an outstanding bearing to death, and everything would be fine. Zhuo Chonglu was driving at a traffic light intersection. Meng Qintian landed in front of the car and strode to the driver's side, shouting, "Get out." Zhuo Chonglu rolled down the window and frowned. "Kid, did you forget something?" When he saw Meng Qintian holding a compass in his hand, he patted his forehead and smiled. "So you forgot the compass. How thoughtful of you." Oh. Meng Qintian obediently handed over the compass with an expression of waiting for praise. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhuo Chonglu said faintly, "It's getting late. Let's go back earlier." He stepped on the accelerator and drove away slowly. It was still so natural and casual, like it was at his fingertips. Meng Qintian held his head and walked to the side of the road. He felt confused and absent-minded. After a while, he woke up and murmured, "What's going on?" He slapped himself hard twice, but still did not understand why things turned out like this. When did I, Meng Qintian, become so stupid? This should not be. What the hell was this? At this moment, Father Zhuo had been gone for a long time. Meng Qintian was still frowning and standing at the side of the street. He was puzzled and lost in thought. After a long time, he was still confused. He scratched his head subconsciously and murmured, "Why am I standing at the corner of the street? What am I doing here?" He was puzzled and tried to recall for a long time. Finally, he remembered. "Oh, I'm not here to ask Blind Hong for help." Oh. With a clear mind, he rushed all the way back to Blind Hong's house. He looked at the open door and then at the mess inside. He could not help but wonder, what's going on here? Why is it like this? The only memory he had of what happened was that someone seemed to ask him to go back early. But who said that? Why couldn't he remember? Go back early. Since Blind Hong was not here, he should go back early. There were still many things waiting for him at the company. Meng Qintian got into the car and drove back to the Meng Corporation with full concentration. He got out, locked the car and went upstairs. "You're back. Did you find Zhuo Xiaoduo?" "Zhuo Xiaoduo?" Meng Qintian was stunned and said, "No." "Then, did you find Blind Hong?" "Blind Hong?" Meng Qintian was stunned again and said, "No." He paused and said, "I'll look for Blind Hong tomorrow." Meng Tianyue was stunned. She sat up straight and stared at Meng Qintian. She asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" Meng Qintian held his head and said tiredly, "Nothing. I just feel very tired and sleepy. I want to sleep." After saying that, he held his head and sat down on the sofa. He lay down and then he had really fallen into a deep sleep. Meng Tianyue's eyes widened. What? What was going on? What was going on? Did he see a ghost? On the other side. Ning Suifeng was sitting in his study. He frowned and was very annoyed. "Dad." A girl pushed open the door and walked in. "Have you seen the video on the internet?" "Video? What video?" "It's this." "Dad, take a look." This video was accidentally taken at night. The person who took the video happened to pass by that road and saw the white fog rising. It felt like a ghost. Ning Qingqing's face was solemn. So this person took a picture of that scene and posted it on the internet. But when he realized that it was actually a picture of our Ning family's ancestral grave and wanted to delete it, it was already too late. It's all over the internet now. Everyone says that our ancestral grave has good feng shui. Other places don't have fog except our ancestral grave. It's so thick that you can't even see your own fingers. Ning Suifeng's face became serious. There's such a thing. Take a look. I broke through just like that. What the fuck? Then how am I going to die? Breaking through to the cloud transformation stage, and after suppressing it for so long, Qin Fangyang's current level of strength was above many cloud transformation stage cultivators. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that once one broke through to the cloud transformation stage, one's lifespan would increase greatly. It wasn't something that could be killed just because one wanted to. Teacher Qin, who understood this point, was extremely depressed. So much so that when he saw Sui Xiaoduo like a dead dog, he couldn't help but feel even angrier. I could break through in my sleep even when I was heavily injured, but you actually didn't put in any effort. You clearly had the feeling of breaking through a few days ago, but now you don't even have the feeling of breaking through. You definitely deserve a beating. Get up. Qin Fangyang said sternly. I can't get up. Sui Xiaoduo also felt that he was very pitiful. These few days, he had continuously received luck points, and his meridians were becoming more flexible. His dantian was also becoming bigger and bigger. He really couldn't find the feeling of breaking through like before. Even if he trained himself to death, it would be useless. Chapter 226. Sui Xiaoduo felt that his dantian was as vast as the ocean. No matter how much he cultivated, it would not be filled. Even if he absorbed the energy of the Jade of Astral Souls and filled it to the brim, his dantian could continue to expand as long as he exerted more strength. It was still far from the limit. What the fuck? Can't get up. It's good that you can't get up. Qin Fangyang nodded and kicked Sui Xiaoduo 3 to 4 meters high. Are you up? Are you up? Are you up? These 3 words were repeated in a very rhythmic manner. Sui Xiaoduo was kicked up as soon as he landed. He landed and kicked again. Long Yuxing and the others were all sweating profusely. They lay on the ground and looked up as they watched Sui Xiaoduo being kicked like a shuttlecock by Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. That's right. He can kick with a bent leg, a straight leg, a spinning kick, and even hit the golden bell. Wow, amazing, amazing. 48, 49. 50. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. He doesn't let the shuttlecock fall to the ground. It's really amazing. That's right. But it would be better if the shuttlecock could shut up. In the air, Sui Xiaoduo was screaming and begging for mercy. Teacher Qin, I was wrong. Although he did not know why he was being kicked, it was always a good attitude to admit his mistake. It would help to alleviate the current bad situation. Qin Fangyang kicked a total of 99 shuttlecocks before he let Sui Xiaoduo down. He said lightly, I heard that you like to fly. If you are not on the verge of a breakthrough by tomorrow, fly another 99 times. I have just broken through and need more exercise. If there are any problems, I will take care of it. You will have to work harder. Sui Xiaoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is my life so hard? I don't want it to be like this. Even with Qin Fangyang's vast experience and knowledge, he did not know that the meridians of the human body could increase their flexibility and the dantian could expand on its own. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. I believe that not only Teacher Qin, but any profound cultivator in this world who saw Xiao Duo's current state of not being able to find a breakthrough after painstakingly suppressing his cultivation to the point where he couldn't find a breakthrough, combined with his previous rate of improvement, the only conclusion they could come up with was that Xiao Duo was slacking off. This was a fact that couldn't be defended, Not only did Xiao Duo take this loss, but he would continue to take it. Xiao Duo finally regained his vitality after being kicked. Long Yuxing and the others also regained their vitality after being kicked. However, their states of mind was the peak of their moods. It was time for school to end. Teacher Qin, I would like to apply for leave tomorrow. Xiao Duo raised his hand weakly. He didn't have any confidence at all. You're already lazy to this extent, and you still want to ask for leave. Do you have anything else in mind? Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Something really happened. My godfather is dead. Seeing Qin Fangyang's unfriendly gaze, Xiao Duo hurriedly told him the truth. Godfather? Yes. Qin Fangyang sighed. He had to give Qin Fangyang a lie. Then you can go. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Don't forget your cultivation. Qin Fangyang said word by word. I won't forget. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. After a long time, he walked out of the school gate. Teacher Qin had just broken through. It was true that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was also true that his realm was not stable and needed to be polished. No matter how much he did not want to break through, he had already broken through. There was no other way. Teacher Qin walked all the way to the school gate. What he saw made his eyes bulge. Many of these items were just Xiaoyan's imagination. Many of them were simply the idealization of special effects in movies and television. She used them to train Xiao Duo. If Xiao Duo knew Xiaoyan's real thoughts, he would probably leave directly. You're fooling a fool. I'm not going to train anymore. Unfortunately, he had no idea how absurd and impossible the goal he was trying to achieve was. He only knew that all the standards in Xiaoyan's hands were given to him by He Yuanyue to test himself by Xiaoyan. It was also on this night. Ning Suifeng brought all the direct descendants of the family to the Ning family's ancestral grave quietly. Before they even got close, they were already enraged by what they saw and heard. Near the Ning family's ancestral grave, countless people gathered and all of them were holding up their phones to take pictures. Some of them were even holding live streaming sticks. Let's take a walk and take a look. Today, we've seen an ancient wonder. Brothers, come and take a look. Come and take a look. It's quiet all around. Only this area has white fog rising dozens of meters. This is where the ancient wonder is located. It's where the ancestral grave of the ancient Ning family in Phoenix City is located. Otherwise, the Ning family is a 1,000-year-old family. It's said that the ancestral grave is smoking. This is just hearsay, right? Today, I'll show you the truth. This place is really smoking. Begging for monthly votes. Hee hee. Everyone present was caught off guard and fell into the collapsed grave pit. They were all dizzy and in a mess. In the haze, everyone could vaguely see a shadow slowly appear in the white fog. His clothes were simple and unadorned, and his face could not be seen clearly. In the thick white fog, he stood in the void. This shadow stood for a while, then suddenly raised a hand and pointed to the east. Everyone looked to the east, but there was nothing. Then, with a loud bang, a sudden bolt of lightning fell and smashed the shadow into pieces. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew. The white smoke above the Ning clan's ancestral grave, which had been condensed and didn't dissipate even with a strong force, dissipated quietly and quickly. At most, it took half a cup of tea's time for the white smoke to dissipate. Everyone in the grave pit looked up. The clear sky and the Milky Way were all reflected in their eyes. Where were the clouds? But where did the lightning in the sky come from? And that shadow pointed to the east. Where was it pointing to? What was its intention? Everyone felt that there seemed to be a vibration under their feet. They hurriedly jumped up, only to find that the whole ground was beginning to shake. Earthquake! Let's go! Everyone flew out together. The moment they were in the air, they heard another loud bang. The entire Ning clan's ancestral grave, which was hundreds of miles in radius, collapsed. Where the ancestral grave was originally, it became a bottomless pit. In the deep pit, there was a faint white smoke rising, but the bottom couldn't be seen for a while. The whole ground fell down, but there was no echo for a long time. Seeing this, Ning Qingqing was shocked. Her heart was in a mess, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Ning Suifeng hurriedly reached out and pulled her out of the deep pit with his daughter. Everyone in the Ning clan stood high in the sky and looked down at the big pit. Everyone's expression was complicated, and their feelings were even more indescribable. After about a minute, a series of muffled noises faintly came from the ground. This was the bottom. What's going on? Everyone in the Ning clan was covered in cold sweat. I don't know. The ancestral grave is gone. Another person's face was pale, and there was an unspeakable fear in his eyes. My Ning clan. What kind of heinous thing did we do? How did the situation become like this? The others didn't speak. The Ning clan had been entrenched in this Phoenix city for thousands of years. Speaking of heinous things, they had done quite a lot. After all, if they didn't do those things, would the Ning clan be where it was today? Let's go back first. Ning Suifeng's face was dark. He waved his hand and said, wait until dawn, when the yang energy is the strongest, and then come back to see what's going on. Yes. The next morning, Blind Hong's funeral was held. Sui Xiao Duo was wearing a green robe and white hemp shoes. A hemp rope was tied around his waist, and a mourning hat was on his head. He was sending his godfather off. After all, he wasn't his biological son, so there was no need for him to wear mourning clothes. A pair of hemp shoes and a hemp rope were enough. All the members of the Zhuo clan were present. Sui Xiaonian and Wu Yuding were also present as family members to send him off. The funeral procession went all the way out of the city gate and to the southwest side of the city, by the main road. That was the grave that Blind Hong had chosen for himself long ago. Sui Xiao Duo knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. He sang loudly, Godfather, rest in peace. Blessings in the netherworld. The gate of reincarnation in the netherworld is open. His voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. Legend had it that after a person died, they needed their closest relatives to escort their soul to the grave and shout for the gate of reincarnation in the netherworld to open. Only then would the deceased be able to rest in peace. Otherwise, they would have to wait for an opportunity to cross over before they could rest in peace. Before that, they would be reduced to a wandering ghost. If something went wrong, their soul would disperse and they would never be reincarnated. Zui Chonglu was also wearing a green robe with a white cloth wrapped around his sleeves. He wore black cloth shoes and held a big shovel in his hand. Everyone carried Blind Hong's coffin down. Zui Chonglu was the first to jump down. He chose the head and tail of the coffin and placed a high-grade jade of astral souls under Blind Hong's head. Blind, let's meet again in the next life. Zhuo Changlu stood there for a long time. He sighed softly and said, I will cover your grave now. Blind Hong, you have a godson to send you off, a brother to cover your grave, and the protection of the astral souls. You chose your grave when you were alive. This life is worth it. If you are in heaven, remember to take good care of your godson. He lifted up the large shovel and shoveled a handful of yellow dirt into the ground. Throughout the entire process, Zhuo Changlu did not let anyone, including Zhuo Xiaoduo, interfere. He only piled up the grave by himself. He only stopped when he reached the last shovel of soil. Xiaoduo, lay this last shovel of soil for your godfather. Show your filial piety as a son. Not too much, not too little. Don't shake it, and don't scatter it. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo steadily placed the last shovel of soil on the grave. Then, he erected the tombstone. Godfather Hong Dashui's grave. Godson Zhuo Xiaoduo erects it. It was a very simple tombstone. It was done. Then, an unforeseen event happened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless grasses suddenly sprouted from the grave mound that had just been piled up. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire tombstone was covered by 3 feet of lush grass. And this was only the beginning. Countless vines appeared out of thin air, growing longer and longer. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly climbed up the grave and entangled with each other, wrapping around the tombstone. In the eyes of everyone present, it was as if the vines were used to make a tight door. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. However, the entire grave was hidden in the wilderness. At a glance, it was no different from the weeds all over the ground. The mysteries of the world and the changes were so amazing. It was a marvelous spectacle. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. Friends of one life, enemies of 2 lives. But in this life, blind man, I have given you a good gift. Clap, clap, clap. He opened all the bottles of wine he brought and poured them on the grass. If there is a next life, you may not be willing to drink with me again. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. In this life, there is no winner or loser. Of course, you leave first. You win. Brother, I'll call you brother for the last time. Cheers. After saying that, he raised a bottle of wine and gulped it down. That was the last bottle of wine.